Hey, welcome to Gone Rolling, where we all sort of agree to play some D&D. Enjoy our shenanigans. But first, happy Valentine's Day.
Woo! And Chinese New Year.
Oh yeah, and Chinese New Year. But yeah, that might be why we're all dressed up, isn't it? You know? Mm-hmm. Well, we hope you enjoy your shenanigans. But first...
Roll the intro.
Roll the intro.
You're trying to pull what?
And welcome back. And welcome back.
So, what was that?
You want to say it once again?
You'll never know. Recap?
Yeah, I think we got to recap first. So we're going to continue where our story left off. As of last session, the party Prismagik finally left the city of Lestron and got on the way on the road, heading towards their next quest, given to them by Pat Icecrest. Someone who's in league with historians or architects of some sort. He gave you this mission to head into the mountain range, the Draco Peaks, this specific range of the Draco Peaks, not far outside Lestron. But the travel there can be a bit treacherous, so to say. You guys have to pass not only through an area known as the Iron Boneyard, just going around it really, but also have to traverse into the Arbonage, a dense, dark forest, which happens to be apparently home to a old green dragon.
Who knows a guy who may have seen it?
Yeah, who knows a guy who, that guy also knows another guy who can help you lead.
Might have seen the ship like a century ago.
Yeah, pretty much. Pat was very loose on his instructions in this part, mostly because he didn't apparently know them completely. But he gave you the best advice he could of a man in red who knows someone in the woods, and that someone knows the dragon, and the dragon may have been around to see what you are looking for pass over, which is the ancient sky ship. Not too ancient, but, you know, machine gun war. It's a good couple decades back, and this ship was the treasure ship within the larger fleet of the Metallurgic Collective of sky ships. And apparently it was last spotted flying to this mountain range, and you are on a quest to find it and recover its information. And hopefully get Pat Icecrest that information so more can be discovered before others find it. But while on the road, you were accompanied by two other individuals who joined at the last minute, also friends of Pat Icecrest, hoping to sort of travel in numbers to be more safe crossing, you know, the Iron Boneyard. This, of course, being Margaret, or Marguerite, the elven woman, and her accompanied ally, Godwin, a half-elven man. Godwin seeming a little bit older in his years, Margaret still having a lot of her youth, but you know, with elves, right? It can be deceiving sometimes. But you guys had a playful first day, getting to know each other a little bit. Did what my eyes see, aka I Spy, you know, for a while there.
We also found out she fucked his dad.
Yeah, you did Truth or Dare, and you found out that Margaret is old enough and to have fucked Godwin's father.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was apparently something. Godwin was hopefully, he seemed like he wanted to forget that part. Anyways, you also found out that no one could do a cartwheel except a turn up. Yeah. You had a little bit of drink on the road, and you settled down.
Ambushed.
Yeah, and you settled down for your first night, only to get ambushed
And
in
I'm
the
now
night.
poisoned with 10 hit points.
Yes.
Oh, right, you're poisoned.
A day outside the town, it seems like some bandits were hanging out, waiting for people to come, well-winded, well-exhausted, and make up camp, just to catch you at the right moment when you still had your goods from the city. However, you sent them away, running, literally, all of them, except one who died as a result of his own companion.
We only killed one?
Yeah, we only killed one.
No, we killed
Sadu, like...
Oh yeah, Sadu
the
ate
archer.
the archer.
She didn't eat her.
Okay, well, the other guy didn't.
My girl.
He didn't die yet. We ended it on,
Yeah.
like, us, like, about to go check the
Yeah,
body.
you weren't sure if he was dead yet. He got caught in the explosion from one of his other guys that happened to kill Ori, your best friend, the
dragon.
The dragon, who happens also to be your kind of seeing eye dog in this case, but you know, your best friend still as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's her best friend.
Yeah, and you Rosalie basically lost her shit and almost killed the guy until that guy set you on fire and him to get away.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kaislin tried to stop her
That's true.
actively.
A lot of people tried to stop her.
Yeah.
It wasn't working, apparently. But yeah, you were finally knocked down, and that sort of quenched the rage. And that's where we are right now, as the party has just finished this combat, as everyone has fled the campsite that was attacking you, and you are now recovering as the fire has been put out by Shapewater. And Rosalie, you are roused already? I can't remember if someone healed you already.
Yeah, they
I think
did,
so,
and
yeah,
she's
I
just
healed her.
currently sitting against this like broken down
Yes.
half wall of a ruin,
It's
drenched because she had to roll in water to put out the fire.
It's also fair to mention that this was the same day you guys shattered an abyssal pearl, an item you got from Earl, and met some sort of spirit from beyond the realm that you currently preside in who gave you points of inspiration and something else. So that was interesting. Anyways,
Yeah.
the party is now recovering from that moment. Adrenaline's still pumping.
I'm back.
Oh yeah,
Maybe.
Ryan's here too.
Yay! Yeah, Rosalie's,
I'm back, baby. Hi.
Rosalie's like currently just like has her like legs put up against her chest. She's just holding her arms to herself, like just.
Well, that sucked. I don't feel good.
Do you need any help? Can I actually?
And there was something on that bolt that he hit with me with.
Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I just need to rest.
Okay.
Rosalie, how are you doing, darling?
You don't. She doesn't say anything. You just notice she's shaking.
Oh, darling. Pat, 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 pat. Okay. No need to be rude about it.
Nothing.
You should give her a moment.
I'm gonna go over to Mr. Dying, bleeding out on the floor.
Yes.
He did.
So the leader of the bandits that tried to attack you and steal your stuff has burn marks from the explosion upon the side of his body, or shrapnel from the tent's wood and beams that spewed into his body. He's just like laying on the ground like that. Make a medicine check as you sort of carefully check him over.
I'll conveniently walk over there too. 'Cause-
11.
And you walk over as well.
Yeah.
Okay. You see Indigo begin to like play poke this guy, giving a good poke. There is like points where you push and like blood kind of comes out and you're like, oh. But he does sort of like tense up and like you can hear the pain, which means he can still feel. So yeah, he's alive.
Oh, he's not dead.
No, completely.
Oh. Well, I think first step we should tie him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have rope?
I have rope. Pretty sure we have rope in our inventory.
I've never tied someone up before, so.
I have.
Oh. Take the lead.
Godwin.
Damn.
The Godwin, just being the periphery of this conversation. Just do you need some extra rope? I have. Here, take some extra rope just in case you need it.
Alright.
Have you ever tied anybody up before?
He doesn't answer. We're gonna start cleaning up the camp a little bit. Yeah.
Alright. What roll do I need to do? Or just...
So it's more like it takes some time. He's not resisting,
Okay.
so you won't have to make a serious
Okay.
roll. And plus, you're also kind of tired, so you'll just do it the best you know how, right?
Mhm.
It'll just take some time.
Yeah.
Sadu, just out of the corner of your eye after that entire situation happened, and you asked if you could heal Rosalie, seeing that situation happen. You actually see Sadu come towards you, Eterna.
Yes.
It seems like Sadu has a little more red fur around the mouth right now,
Yeah.
as the white fur of the wolf.
As she does after a fight, you know.
And she sort of comes over to you and starts rubbing up against you, just sort of giving you a soft rub, wanting to be probably praised for her hard work.
Yeah, getting blood all over my face.
Absolutely.
Just
You can see the woman that is still laying over there. Yeah.
I give her some pets and
Oh,
go,
yeah, is that
you're
lady
such a
dead?
good girl. You're such a good girl.
You
oh,
look
you
over there.
did so
Yeah,
good.
no, she's
Yeah, I'll go
absolutely
check
dead.
her.
She's absolutely dead.
Oh, Sadu, you're such a good girl.
Good for Sadu.
Yeah. Do you want any?
We lost
That's
this
right, you-
one over here.
Yeah, Indigo, she's She's not
She's
great.
chewed on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Margaret actually walks up behind you. Oh, dear. God, that's bad.
I can dispose of the body. If we need to.
Okay. You don't need to specify, I guess. Sure, go ahead.
I go to.
I was just going to make a hole, I guess, but
I mean, I suppose that works, but I go to dispose of the body.
you drag the archer lady over. Margaret speaks up. Well, check her possessions.
Yeah, I'll check her possessions, see if she has
Make an
anything.
investigation roll.
Investigation roll.
Her bow has been destroyed. Like, Sadu bit onto it and snapped it whenever she was defending herself.
Nat 1.
I know, I saw that. I was like,
Nat 1 plus 0.
There's a lot going on there, and it's more like, oh look, a copper piece. I found something. That's about
a copper.
Everything else is
It's kind of torn. Everything is very torn. I think I'm going to just I'm just gonna dispose of this. I just kind of hoist it up.
yeah.
How can I? Do I need to make
So,
a strength check?
What's your strength? Just base strength.
It's an 11.
11. Yeah, make a strength check.
Okay. Let's not use that.
This person
one
was
anymore.
relatively quick and light, but it won't be too difficult to just lower the body over, and Margaret will help you make a hole. She'll wave her long wand. Yeah.
It's a natural 20.
oh my god.
So
It's a natural 20.
We're only when it counts.
you heave this corpse up.
Like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah. You guys see it turn to just like blood, just like from Sadu, from her.
Oh.
It doesn't bother her. Turn you place the cumbersome corpse into
The cumbersome
the hole.
corpse.
Yeah, it's like
New tag.
you have to sort of like balance it. I will say with the nat 20, with putting it into the hole that Marguerite casts with a bit of magic and it sort of parts itself, you do find that sort of dropping near your foot from the side belt loop of this person. What is covered in blood, which you may have mistaken for something else before, falls as a little leather bag to your feet. But yeah, the body is covered and effectively dealt with.
Bury it,
Yeah.
Did anybody else go down during that, or was it just those two? The other guys get away.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
else.
I think
The
everyone
rest of
else-
the bandits
I'm gonna-
have disappeared.
I'm gonna pick up that bag. Is it just a coin pouch?
Yes, it sounds like it.
Okay.
Indeed, indeed.
2 copper.
As you
Oh,
all,
wow.
as you're all sort of maybe just finally recovering for a moment, it may sort of catch on to you that like the exhaustion of that situation, waking up from like deep rest, and then immediately your adrenaline started pumping. Now you start to feel like the exhaustion kick in once more.
Michelle's a little sweaty.
Yeah. Does anyone need a bit of freshening up? Margaret says. I can just take off any gunk or anything off you. Here. She waves her wand at you. I turn without you asking. Gone. As she gets the grime off of you.
Yes.
All the blood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It just sort of.
I kind of go to. Is there like a stream nearby?
There wasn't a stream, but there was like a cooking pot with water that's now filled with water, just in case anyone needed water in the night, you know?
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna use our water.
Drinking water.
I was gonna wash off Sadu,
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I can
but
help.
it's fine.
I can help, but she uses shape water
Oh.
to I guess, sort of cleanify the water just a little
Yeah,
bit.
you could tar on it.
Yeah, I Katara it.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
verb. We'll have to do a one shot.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
Okay.
long am I poisoned for?
it feels like it's working on you.
You
You're
have no
poisoned.
idea.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Alright.
I mean, no. Most of the time, you don't know how long you're poisoned
Well,
for.
You just look at your wristwatch.
You don't
How long is
know.
on my poison counter?
That's a good point.
I mean,
Actually.
I guess you would as a.
You know what? Make a medical roll for yourself. Make a medical check.
And I forgot to do this at disadvantage because I was poisoned.
Oh. Sorry.
5.
5. It's hard to tell. You're just not feeling great, and honestly, like knowing what you're about, it's kind of confusing at first because like you knew there were certain ailments that could get to you, but like you weren't exactly sure. But now you know clearly that some things do get to you. You feel it right now. But you don't feel it in some areas. Like,
well,
you know.
I'm gonna lay down.
Are you sure you don't need me to check you over?
You probably should let Atena
Okay.
Just
check
take a
you.
look.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can tell
Yeah.
what kind of poison this is.
Just a pose.
Yeah. Make your own
Here.
medicine check, please.
Okay, I will do that.
Exactly.
Default settings.
You get a little toothpick, press a button on the back of her neck.
Are you kidding me? Okay,
Diagnostic report.
12.
12.
Oh, I saw that nat 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close, but no cigar.
Looking upon your friend here, you look her up and down, and honestly, coming to learn that indigo is at least partially like not organic. You know,
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
it's kind of hard to tell. Like you reach for a pulse in certain areas, and you don't feel it in some areas. In some areas, you don't necessarily feel a pulse at all. Like, and you realize they've never had a heartbeat. But what you're feeling, you think, is like their body warming up in certain areas and like pushing fluids. And
There's
like
like a fan.
you really just do not understand the medical components of this person in front of you. It's hard to tell.
I'm sorry, I don't know a lot about how to treat robot people.
Me either.
It's, but I will learn, you know? I will learn.
We're just gonna
I may
blood
have
you a
to
little
look
bit.
into this next time we come to like a place with information.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down for a little bit.
Yeah.
I can get back up when I feel better to keep watch, but somebody else is gonna have to do it right
Yeah,
now.
no, you're out.
I'm gonna go over to the campfire that's since gone out. It's
Yeah.
not quenched. And I'll go ahead and kind of raise my hand up and I'll prestidigitate it to bring it back.
It takes a little bit. You have to like try it again as you get another spark going, and as it lights once more, and you have to sort of push some wood back in. But yeah, it'll work. While you are all beginning to settle down, and while you're fixing that, actually, where Rosalie you're sitting, you hear the light footsteps of Margaret walk over towards you, and she sort of does like a little like sits on her heels, you know, kind of hugging her own like knees, you know. Her dark black hair just drapes down, and she just looks towards you like with a concerning look, and even if you don't look up to her, you can just tell that she's being very delicate with her presence right now. Hey, were they a familiar?
Yes, they were.
Well, it's okay. Don't you worry. They're never gone. Come on, it's cold out here. You're wet.
It doesn't matter if I can bring them back. I still let them die.
Rosalie, you took a lot of hits in that fight. But I know no one. Well, I know few people that can stop an explosion.
I wanted to get them armor, and I couldn't. I didn't want that to happen. I kept trying to find it, and instead I ended up buying these stupid items to protect myself. I should have found something for her.
It is life that we make bad and good decisions in. It's okay. And I'm sure that your friend would not hold it against you. She, like you, makes bad and good decisions too. We all grow differently. And she'll hold out her hand towards you, and you almost feel this presence that reminds you of your mother. Like not magically, but just the way she's holding herself. It gives you that very motherly, caring presence that your family has so much of, you know?
Mm-hmm. She'll take her hand.
And she'll lead you back. And you know, they're relatively the same height, but in this moment, it is almost like a matronly mother figure, like not coddling, but caring for you as she brings you back to the fire.
You actually, now that like she's not like hiding her face, you can see where she was crying. And her ears are like down, and you've not seen Rosalie look this dejected before.
Indigo's powering down.
I'm actually using mending and prestidigitation, like just back and forth, trying to fix whatever I can of blankets, tents, everything.
Pillows, yeah.
Because like everyone needs it right now.
I'll tell you what, roll D20 and add. Oh, wait, sorry, wait.
I was just gonna say I'm keeping an eye on Indigo.
Make a Make a general, like, I don't know, another medicine check.
Okay, I was just gonna say.
I want to give you a roll just in case. You can make a d20 roll. I want you to add your Arcana modifier to this one, though. Your spellcasting modifier.
It's better.
Yo, 17.
So
17?
14.
14, okay. With a 17, it'll take some time, but you won't go too far probably until you have to actually rest to get a long rest. But in that time you do go, you do mend a couple of the blankets. You at least probably start with that before the tent maybe, or it's up to you what you start with, but like, you get most of the way through, no doubt.
I probably would start with the tent so that there's cover,
Okay.
and then at least like one of the bigger blankets.
Yeah. And like in the hour in the mornings, whenever people aren't actually sleeping during a long rest, you can spend that time maybe doing it as well.
Yeah.
As Marguerite sets you near the fire, you can see it. Chel's like working on fixing the tent. Marguerite will sort of like just lean over towards you. I don't know if this is something you might like, but can I? She sort of like just leans a little closer. She's a little embarrassed. Whenever me and my friends were upset, sometimes what cheered me up is brushing my hair or grooming myself or like something like that, you know, feeling a little cleaner. If you'd like, I could. And you can sort of feel her place into your hand just the edge of a fancy brush. And Marguerite will just start brushing Rosalie's hair. Like getting all these wood chips out, all these like knots, a bit of the like blood, some singed areas that she unbinds, you know? And she just starts brushing her hair and it feels once again like a mother, you know?
Chell like catches this in the corner of her eye and internally she's so jealous right now.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because it's so long. It's like down to her butt.
Yeah.
It's such long hair. It's so fun to play with.
Yeah. Marguerite seems like exceptionally delicate and like every movement feels so nice, you know. But she's just been comfort you, and it wouldn't be too hard to not lull into sleep like this.
Yeah, she'll probably fall asleep.
Okay. Marguerite will put you to bed with a pillow under your head. So was anyone going to watch, or if not, then Marguerite was going to probably stay up.
I can take a watch.
Okay.
Yeah, turn. You can see, because you haven't been here. Chell, like, even as she's casting magic, like her hair in itself, it looks like it's for some reason at the end like water droplets or something akin to like very gooey, and she's just like. I'm way more tired than I thought I would be.
I get walking up in about the night.
Who wants to? How many watches do we have left?
You have 2 left.
Okay.
1 incomplete one and 1 full one.
Okay. I'll wake up early.
Are you sure?
Yeah, not now, but like the last one.
Okay. If you.
And she just like gets in the tent, all the dirty blankets and like other stuff. She like puts in a pile outside. She has like one blanket, you know, the one blanket, like one pillow that survived in the tent, and it's just like, whoever wants to join.
Sadu, I'm just kidding.
No, please.
Just no.
I'll set up with Sadu kind of near Indigo, keep an eye on her, and then also just kind of watch.
Okay. With that roll you made earlier, Indigo's making a slow recovery, you think. There was a point where like the complexion of Indigo turned like a little pale, which is interesting. You haven't seen that happen too much before, but it seems like Indigo's getting better. You know, a little less sluggish, we'll say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and you mended up some of the blankets, right?
Yeah. It's really just the one that was like really mended, well, obviously the tent, and then the one that she has in there. So
There's still some that are like partially mended, or like at least
There's
you got
stuff that
better
is
for
not
it.
done, yes. Yeah, stuff that's still damaged.
yeah, I imagine it's like a big enough blanket that like, you know, technically one other person could probably use it, but
Yeah. I was usually like going to one of the other blankets and trying to find the one that's still like in good
Half-mended.
good
Yeah.
enough condition or half mended, and just quick prestidigitate it off.
Okay, get, like some dirt and wood chips off.
Yeah, just wipe it off, and I'll go put that in Rosalie.
Okay. You put this partial blanket on Rosalie. You see that she's laying like a good like 5 feet, 6 feet, safe distance from the fire, you know, with a pillow, and you place a blanket on her.
They've had a little time to dry off now. And I'll go find like another blanket and try to set up somewhere for myself.
Okay. Easy enough. Find a partial one that got slapped into a tree, and you sort of pull it down. Yeah. Easy enough. Okay. First watch. Turna, can you please roll? Godwin is actually staying up with you, not Margaret. Godwin comes towards you. I think it's probably safe if 2 people stay up this time.
Alright.
I will. I watch this direction, and you can watch that direction.
Okay. It's what was it?
Perception check.
Perception.
Also watch the guy that's tied up.
Oh. Shit, I forgot about it.
I thought that was a corpse.
Right, that guy. I will make sure to watch for
Those are some very intricate knots, you realize.
It's like 5 different knots.
Right.
That one episode of Enterprise.
Yeah, I know, it's that.
That's a 17 on perception.
Okay.
I'll make sure to keep an eye also on the guy as I'm watching, you know.
Yeah. Okay. You keep watch. At some point, you think the guy stirs, but that might be just him not dying in the middle of the night. Yeah.
He could not he may not make it to the morning.
There's a chance, but I think his wounds will keep him awake if he's alive. So
That may be worse.
he probably
For
won't be
him.
able to do anything in the morning if he's alive.
Just leaving him there, you know?
We tied this poor man.
You have experience fighting?
Yes, I do.
I thought I saw that on the field. How much experience?
A decent amount. I was raised as a warrior by my mother. So I have a decent amount of experience with it.
With your best friends, you almost see a hint of like, I guess the best word is like understanding. Yeah, understanding from Godwin. Well, it's definitely trained you to be a responsible fighter. You're very effective at what you do. I just wanted to say that people were probably saved because of your quick thinking and quick movement, and your allies. Looking to Sadu,
I'm
actions.
leaning up against her.
Yeah, actions. So, compliments to you.
Thank you. I have been a bit fuzzy the past few days. It has been.
It must be the weather.
I've been a bit sick, you see.
I understand.
You know, I got the cold in the city, and yeah, it's like it was my first time in the city, so I'm not like. I don't have the antibodies,
No, absolutely.
whatever those are.
I think I've
diseases.
read some stuff about that too. Yeah, no, absolutely. And
I mostly travel the wilderness, so it is a bit odd.
And cities are just a dish of different diseases waiting to get
Yes,
you.
a petri dish, you could say.
Yeah,
Whatever
I've
that
heard about
is.
those too, I think. Maybe.
I've heard that
Yeah.
word before.
So,
But yes.
glad to see you're focused now.
Yes, I'm back in action.
Yeah.
As you would say.
Got less mean all of a sudden.
He'll sort of move to his belt, and you see this like cylinder that you think is like a cup or something. It's actually a thermos. As he pulls open the top, and he pours just a little bit of liquid into the lid of this thing. Would you like some? It's good to keep you awake on long watches like this.
I have some. What is it?
It's coffee.
Oh, I'm not sure I've ever tried it before.
Awakening.
Let me. Sure, I'll try.
He hands you the cup, the little shot. Yeah.
Yes. That is really good, actually.
It begins.
I got it on a trade ship that came in from a far continent, but it's nice. It's
Yes, I have. Well, actually, I don't think that will help us stay awake.
Oh.
I have some. Let me get it out.
oh
And I believe we've spoken about me having a gallon-sized jug
yeah
of Glangor Everclear.
yeah.
Cleaning supplies. He'll take a sip of his coffee and his eyes widen when he looks at what you take out.
I can pour a little bit.
He'll pour some coffee into this little cup.
Give me some of that in this.
Y'all are on water.
Oh my god.
I pour just a
The
tiniest bit.
Okay.
Like just so small you kind of go, whoa, that seems.
He pulls
Just
a
because
Yeah.
I don't want to get us fucked up.
Oh
right
no. Let's save that for another time, right?
And he's like
Yes.
smiling. You have been doing a lot of like reading on this trip, right? You haven't seen too much. Godwin doesn't usually smile, but when you're talking like this and like buddy like that, there's this kind of smirk and jovialness in him, and he'll actually take out a second small cup and hand you it so you can both have it.
Yes, thank you. Just a little bit.
Yeah, he mixes in the coffee.
Can I have some of that coffee in this?
Of course, here you go.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. That is.
Mhm. Enjoy. Oh, whoa!
It is strong. Sorry, it is made for like.
Gourds, that's
It's
yeah.
made for like goblin.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know.
no, absolutely. That's real sting.
For the goblin, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we say constitutions?
Yeah. I gotta say, that's one hell of a kick, but, man, the guards would be jealous of that.
I'm the only one that should be poisoned right now,
Oh.
guys.
Oh, sorry.
Crap, you're awake, that's right.
Oh, right. But I almost forgot that you.
I thought you weren't sleeping before, and
Oh.
now, yeah, you don't sleep, do you?
Oh, it's just the poison. It's keeping me up.
Make a deception roll.
You shouldn't have
Oh my
said
God.
shit.
Aha!
Oh, that's
Oh.
22.
Shit.
Oh, well,
Damn.
some bad
Bad
Aim.
point.
Point.
it already got to me, you see?
Pretty bad point.
I should never have
That's a
taken
bad
it out. I
No,
guess.
it's okay. Hey, why don't we offer some to your friend in pain?
No,
Do you
I'm
want a
good.
little-
It can help clear
I
up
don't-
poison.
I don't want to add
Oh, I think
more weird concoctions into
that's
my
actually very
bloodstream
fair.
right now.
Strange
Your
chemistry.
poison, who knows?
Well,
I pour myself just a little more.
Yeah.
And I knock it back and
Yeah.
I put the jug away.
Yeah.
I put the gallon-sized jug away.
Any more, you'd have to make a con save. Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that I
Yeah. Put some goblin schnapps in your coffee. But yeah, you just sit there with Godwin for a little bit, mostly quiet, but kind of smirks. He seems a little bit more open than he was before, He fought with you guys and he was giving, and now he's drinking a little bit more,
we saved his life.
Yeah. But eventually your rest will come to an end. And the next
rest.
watch. Yeah, the watch will come to an end.
Am I still poisoned?
No, you are recovered from your poison now.
Okay, I'm good now.
feeling better.
Yes.
Okay.
well, I guess you can watch now. Or maybe you can send someone else to do it. It's kind of up to you, but we saw how the last one went, right?
Did anybody
this-
volunteer
this
to
is
do it
Godwin.
later?
Is this the last one?
This is the last watch.
Can't Nichelle do the last one?
Yeah,
too?
if-
yeah. Because she promised to do that.
Michelle volunteered, right?
Yeah, I
Yes,
volunteered.
I'll kind of tap her awake.
She's a little gooey.
Yeah.
A little gooey.
It's a little.
Technically, you guys would have one watch after this, but the way that you guys are resting someone, you don't need to sleep that long. It's because you guys didn't complete a long rest and you fought, you have to complete a new long rest.
Mhm.
So basically, most of you will still be asleep for a little bit, but some of you will be awake, so there's not much of a need for a watch at that point. So,
Okay.
yes, this is the last watch that really matters.
Okay, and I'll get up.
Tap a Chell on the shoulder, then just kind of.
Like the goo just firms up to be like skin.
Okay. Okay. It is time for a watch if you are.
Once you're done with your watch, wake up Margaret if she's not already awake. She can keep an eye on the rest that sleep. And Godwin will just...
I'll go and I'll go and curl up with Sadu.
Sadu will curl closer towards you.
Yeah.
Okay, make a perception check with me. Wait for me, and I think...
I'm staying up.
Yeah, you're staying up, right? So yeah, you can also make a perception check.
That is a 13.
13.
8.
Oh,
I'm so helpful.
gosh.
I'm really good at this, like, watching things.
You're really good at
Indigo,
staring.
are you sure that you want to be on watch? I mean, no offense, but you look... you look, not deranged, but... that's not the correct...
God.
That's not the correct word. But,
I feel better now, so... I'm just gonna
Okay.
be sitting here anyway.
let me get that wire out of your hair.
I think that was your cerebral cortex. Yeah. Okay. As you begin to watch, you both will clearly see that eventually the starlight and the moonlight that illuminates the mountains in the distance will actually begin to get covered as clouds begin to roll in. Thick clouds begin to cover most of the sky. Not rain immediately, but just cloud cover. And it gets very dark now, with the moonlight the blue moonlight barely peeking through the clouds.
My goggles on.
You're looking around the space. At one point, you swear you see a pair of eyes reflect in the firelight in the grass not far from you. You point, sort of say that. And this head sort of like bobs around, and you realize it's a smaller head than you would expect, so it's probably some animal, if anything. And it looks,
It's not our friend Finn.
it's too small for that. You see like two other sets of eyes,
Mm-hmm.
but then they just sort of move away rapidly, and you see the grass shift. Smoke it.
How's our bleeding out friend doing?
He seemed to have found some sort of pain-induced rest.
Good for him.
Good for him. I mean,
Should we just like leave him here when we pack up?
I mean, we could.
We should loosen the ropes a little bit, give him a little bit of
Yeah. If she gets up and like,
escapability.
can I look and see if he has any like anything in his inventory?
Make an investigation roll.
Where is his inventory?
Okay, go ahead.
Investigation.
Press A to pickpocket.
I know, right?
Yeah, just like give a good look over,
19.
19.
His hand, like, arms.
You start looking over. Yeah, you do find some stuff on it. You actually find he has a bit of coin on him. He has about 3 gold pieces and 40 silver pieces just stashed into a side pouch. And with that roll, you actually do find that hidden in his boot. That sort of slips out whenever you shift his body. Slipping out from his boot is
Sorry, I just saw the steal his shoes. Anyway, continue.
you check his boot, and slipping out is this little gemstone, just like a little gemstone he probably stashed or found at some point, and now it's in your possession. A little piece of,
What is it?
it's some sort of like greenish stone, probably not an emerald. You recognize an emerald?
It's not an emerald, it's not
Yeah.
a turquoise.
Could be some sort of like peridot or something,
Yeah.
But yeah, just find some coin on him. It seems like his
How-
crossbow was destroyed in the explosion, but you do find a dagger you can take.
Okay, how much is a tent, y'all? Like, out of my knowledge, I'm not gonna metagame here, out
Yeah.
of my own knowledge, how much was a tent?
Hold on. I would know this because Rosalie bought a tent. She's not awake though, never mind.
Yeah, she's not awake. So,
I'm gonna say you don't know.
don't know.
Probably not, because you've never had to buy a tent before.
Yeah.
I've never had a
Yeah.
tent.
I'm, okay. Well,
I say just take like half of it
yeah, I'll take 20
for the damages.
SP and 2 gold pieces.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Just leave him with 20 silver.
Oh, and Eternity.
20 silver and 1 gold piece for him.
Eternity,
Just-
you found some coin in that coin pouch, of course. You
Yes.
found 25 silver pieces, including
Okay.
2 more copper pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
so 3 copper pieces total?
3 copper pieces in total, and 25 pieces of silver.
I am gonna leave the stone.
Okay.
I'll just put that in there. I don't want any more like in her head she's like, I don't want any more fucking cursed items. I don't want the abyssal pearl incident despite it being useful. Just put that away.
Okay.
Who knows if there's a sentient creature in there or something. It'll pop out of this. Nah.
Bark. Bark, bark.
Take the go. Alright. And I just put that in my inventory.
Okay. The rest of the watch is relatively uneventful. And about the time where you would start waking up, you get tired again, and it's probably like good for you, Chell, to take another nap.
Yeah, I'll go back to sleep.
But about this time,
Thanks.
Margaret will wake up and actually join you because she trances, instead of sleeping.
Oh, I just woke up.
Make a deception check.
You shouldn't have said anything.
Oh,
10.
10. Well, you look well rested.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
slept the poison away.
She sort of like pushes her hair to one side, cleans it out a little bit. Well, would you like any breakfast?
No.
Okay. Well, the rest of them are going to be sleeping for a while, so I think I might just do some maintenance and tidying up a little bit. So
Do you know Linden?
I do. I actually wanted
I
to.
think that Chell would appreciate some of the blankets being mended. I don't know.
I did also probably do that, at least one.
Okay. Yeah. It's like literally putting something back together with thread. It takes time. It's a minute to cast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can work on that. I also should probably check through my own spells and see what I need to prepare for today. You see, she doesn't pull out a spell book. You're the only one that has seen this, but she flips her wand over, her long wand. Like I've said it before, it's really long, but she flips it over. And on the backside, there's this it kind of looks like a stone of amber, with the mosquito stuck in it, like Jurassic Park, right? But it's this blue, almost amber-like stone. It has the texture of amber and the smoothness of polished amber, but it's blue. And she flips it over, and for a moment you see it illuminate, and her eyes begin to reflect with blue lights, and like those depictions of people looking into crystal balls, she seems to see something in the stone itself.
Is your spell book like in your mind palace? What?
I'm not familiar with that term, but I like it. No, this is a relic. It functions the same as a spell book, but it records my spells for me.
Your cousin's got a funny spell book too. You should.
I was curious about that when I saw him casting from a scroll, right?
Yeah.
That is pretty unique.
It makes a quill.
Yeah, I found this much easier, especially with all the spell books that have been destroyed in the past. This just catalogs them easier for me, and I can just sort them as I wish. Like, look at this, and she sort of turns it towards you. You can see into the crystal itself. See, this is sort by fun and fire. She sort of just looks through them, picks out some things. She pulls blue threads from the stone, and it plucks and flies into her hand. She seems to whisper under her breath for each one. Well, I'm kind of curious. And she starts mending, tidying up. I wanted you to tell me, if you can, what exactly is this group made out of? Seeing some of the powers and capabilities.
Half humans, or half of us are humans.
Right. I'm absolutely certain that's true, right?
Yeah.
I didn't totally see one person turn into goo.
Yeah, we got, two wizards. Both of them are weird in terms of
Yes.
magic, I guess.
Yeah, no, they definitely use it in different ways.
Yeah.
It's very unique.
They're not typical wizards.
Yep.
Turn as a cleric. I'm a bard.
Is the Turner a cleric of the Winter God?
Yeah.
That's so unique. I thought all the faithful were dead in that faith.
Really?
I thought there wasn't any Angels of Frost left, so that's unique. It's curious. But you are also kind of curious. You are apparently a quote-unquote human too, right?
Yeah, I mean...
And a human who doesn't sleep like a regular human. Do you have some sort of diurnal sleep schedule or something?
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I saw something weird happen when you were damaged in the fight, but I won't push. We're not best friends yet. But if you would be so kind, I'd like to know more about you. And I can share more about myself in exchange. If we're traveling together, we might as well trust one another. And if you fall off a cliff, you must trust me to catch you.
Sure.
You know, right?
Do you know Featherfall?
I do, actually.
Do you know Shield?
What a mage doesn't know shield.
Right? Every good mage knows
I
Shield.
noticed that they didn't know shield. But that's probably fine. A lot of mages in the new generation are looking to find their own sort of like niche or their own charisma or their own identity because, you know, this talk of an archmage being discovered within the Empire of Elstia is wild. You know, I swear I've heard about it before, that every, you know, couple decades they might be brought up again, but it seems like a fever has reached all of Elstia. But yeah, so, where are you from?
North Elstia?
I did not take that from your accent.
Yeah.
It's obviously Zingathi, right?
Yeah, I grew up around, you know, Zingathi accents. So.
Well, you speak it quite well. Most
it's
people
kinda
that
hard to not.
most
at this
people up here
point.
fail at doing a proper Zingathi accent in Elstia. You know, it's not something that they're used
It's not
to.
something I intended to do.
It's fair. Well, I am also from the north, originally, but I traveled a lot. I was born into a small village of mostly elves, a little bit secluded, but we were in Udera, you know, the proper mountain areas of Elstia, that territory. Where do you get your magic from? Okay, well, that's fair. I was going to assume it was your passion or your, you know, your flair of music, of
Yeah,
course.
that's the way to describe it.
But you didn't go to a bard college, I assume.
Nope.
Interesting. So someone taught you privately? Did you have a tutor of some sort? Or-
Nope.
Interesting.
You are
Okay.
horrible.
This is really
Well, I got to be honest. There's not many bards out there who wield an ocarina.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the tales of the Luna Weaver?
Yeah, actually, I heard about it recently.
A hero of the War of Machine. Who happens to also have a description not too far from you.
What? I haven't come across any descriptions. What's the description?
Conjuring spirits of wonder and past. Playing an ocarina that captures stars within it. And just guessing here.
You know, I just kind of found this. Maybe it's like a recreation or something.
Make a perception roll, guys.
Ooh, yeah. 23.
23, okay. Well, that's good, I guess.
Why is it good?
I mean, why would you be the actual Luna Weaver, right? She's dead, you know? Like that legendary adventurer from the Machine God Order? Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
crazy idea, right?
So weird.
I didn't know that was what you were implying. That would be weird.
I mean, you fit the description. I thought maybe you could be a relative, but I didn't think she had a family. I don't know, maybe she had a family in the north area. The north, quote unquote, right?
Maybe they're distantly related.
Well, let me tell you, in exchange, that I told you before, but I have studied and I have devoted myself to the faith of the Lord of Yester, you know, Everkin. But really, I am a disciple of the clergy of Marta Frida, if you're familiar with that.
No.
She's a local Philstian saint of death and, you know, stuff like that. But she's the one that sort of I decided to kin my studies to, and through her faith and guidance, her celestial wisdom granted upon me the blessing of Everkin. And now I use my knowledge of necromancy and death and lost secrets to discover the truth that hides in the ruins and lost truths of this land. And, well, when I'm needed, sometimes I help those, and she kind of gestures to Rosalie, who suffer from loss sometimes, as is a duty of my contract.
Do the words third initiative mean anything to you?
An eyebrow does raise on her head, on her face ever so slightly. Make an insight roll.
8.
8. You think you see recognition, but it quickly dies down. Well, I know the second and first initiative. Those are the historical markers in the Machine War whenever the collective rose up in secrecy and conquered several nations. And then the second initiative is when they tried to conquer the rest of the world. But the third initiative, I'm not too familiar with that. What do you know about the third initiative?
Literally just the name.
It sounds like some sort of bad band name with poor taste. But, how old are you?
How old are you?
No,
I'm
no,
5 years old.
I asked a question.
Will
then
you answer if I
I
answer?
promise to answer, I guess.
Okay. 5 years.
What?
I
Okay.
answered truthfully. You know you did.
Wow.
I'm 5 years old.
Oh my,
I'm 6 years old.
oh my
Counting
lord.
you.
Okay.
Count for you.
You really are 5 years old, aren't you? Well, okay. Well, I'm probably old enough to where you shouldn't be asking a woman her age, but I'm about 328 years old.
Insight.
Go ahead and roll insight. Well, 28 as of 3 weeks ago.
Oh, happy
Oh,
late birthday.
Hey.
There it is. 21.
21. You think she's truthful?
What'd you say? 300?
328 years old.
I'm 328 years old.
Yeah.
Let me count for you.
How dare you? A part of my blessing and my devotion to Marta Frita's path, Ebekin's blessing prevents me from showing my age. And it helps that I'm an elf as well, but you know, I will look like this until I die.
Oh, interesting.
And that's also helped me in some situations where older figures in Velstia, or elves in Velstia, have been given a bad time by some prejudice.
Yeah.
As a young member of my people, I am seen as a bit more innocent to certain things in the past. But
So do you like tell people that you're younger than you are?
I don't talk about my age usually.
You just say you don't ask a lady.
I have met many people and I have seen many things, and people often ask me exactly how old I am when they find out what I know. And often it's better to just avoid the answer because they'll have their own assumptions. But yes, I am quite old, and yes, I was there for the war, and yes, I was there before the war. And I will probably be, I don't know. I know the trick about this blessing is, I also know when I'm going to die.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yes, very specifically. And that allows me to have no regrets. I know exactly what's going to happen. She gives like a long breath, and I do what I want, every day I want.
It's not like while you're with us, is it?
I can't tell you if it is. But
Secret?
I'm living my best life all the time. I have no weight on my shoulders. Now you're quite young.
Yeah.
You have quite many years to live. I can't even remember being 5. But I'm sure it was wild. She finishes bending the things and she'll start preparing our breakfast. So tell me, have you known these people long? All 5 years of your life?
I've known Eterna for a few months. Everyone else. How long has it been? Week?
Something like that.
2.
Week to 2 weeks, week and a half.
But you know, trauma bonding.
I see. It's effective.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. Bit of advice. As she's like starting to cook a pan, she's trying to put some of the herbs that they found last night, some of the vegetables and roots that they collected in the area. She's starting to cook them up. Let me tell you this. A bit of knowledge of your seniors that could benefit you. That spirit you called upon last night. That was a spirit of the Ashborn, I'm pretty sure. One of the last members to live a long life. one of the only survivors of the group. So, if your powers are truly connected to spirits, I suggest you try to speak with the Luna Weaver's old acquaintances, if you can. As if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was Otto Brandt.
Do you know him?
No, but I'm very familiar with
You
legends and
recognized
people.
him so easily.
I also don't forget faces. So, I have seen the Ashbourne before, and I have seen Asha Luna Weaver before. In passing, but what else are you going to do whenever you're amongst courtesans of the Imperial family? You see so many fancy people walk by. I have been around, let's say that. Oh, and if you ask me too many questions and I feel offended about my age, I'm going to get you, so ask your questions carefully if you're curious. But save them till after breakfast. I'm moody before I eat something.
Clearly.
Vibes.
But, about now, as people begin to rouse, the last one to rouse is actually Rosalie. As cutting to Rosalie, as you rest,
Oh boy.
Dream, dream, dream,
Oh
dream,
no!
The spirit. Dream, 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 dream.
Of course, this
Get the melody
happens
wrong.
right
Oh, yeah.
after
It's dream, dream.
everything that just happened.
Shut up!
Oh my god, y'all.
As you are deep in rest, Rosalie, there is a moment in the night where the fact that you're dreaming, you think, you become aware of. Like, you're not sure if you're dreaming or not, but you're aware of what's going on. As you found yourself just in a warm sun ray, basically, chilling in a green space of your home back in Teo. What is a great area to have tea, coffee. It's a nice place that just has a window that faces a green space outside your home that allows the sun rays, the morning sun to come in. It's warm, it's nice, it's cozy, and allows a perfect spot for you to study, to work, to read, right up against a space that just feels nice, But in your dreams of this place, you sense it similarly to your life, You sense the heat, the warmth, the smells, you feel the light, and you can see the light barely through your eyes, still as clouded as ever, but there's a silhouette that forms in the light as you sit here in your familiar spot, as you study and read. An unfamiliar silhouette, a cool presence, the sounds of heft and heavy metal. This figure sits across the tea table from you, bigger than you by quite a margin, but sits in that little metal wire chair opposite of you. Pulls it up and just sort of huffs out a grunt and scoots the chair back in. You can hear these heavy metal gauntlets placed over one wrist. And though you do not see their details, it's as if your dream allows you the complete recognition of this figure. A figure with very dark and sunburnt skin, cracked over years, lips so chapped that they are worn like leather. Hair that is white, but in the form of thick, bulky dreadlocks that sort of drape down the back of the head. One ear has this large, you sense in your mind, it's like some sort of metal gauge, if anything, that hangs like a claw down from one side, but it twinkles, and you can see it with your eyes right now, actually. It twinkles light. It twinkles with a brilliant silver. This figure wears dark armor that reflects very little light, but it looks like burnt bronze. A very dark bronze. Just, you can tell they're observing you in your dream state.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you're aware of this presence before you.
She doesn't look up at him, but just, so, you came? Which one of them are you?
As you speak up with certainty yet curiosity, there is this bit of hesitation from this figure for a moment. Like you can feel that they're taken aback by your abrupt question. They knock over your glass. You can hear them gruff a little bit. No reverence, no kind words, just abrupt questions with hope for immediate answers.
I mean, you're the one who came into my dream.
I was allowed into your dream.
Yes,
Do not be mistaken. You opened the door.
I did. That doesn't mean that I'm not curious about who you are and who I know that there's two. And I would like to know which one I am talking to.
Demand my name, then. Make me say to you.
What's your name?
It's not a demand.
You ask once again, but like, you could see he's like taunting you, if anything, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you
Oh no, she's not playing into it. That's why she didn't actually demand it. She just said, asked again.
you hear a rough sigh. I am the Oath Taker. I am Amatir. You don't know that name, and you probably wouldn't, seeing this place where you grew up. However, everyone's beginning is not their end. My teacher has felt your movements, I guess is the weird way of putting it. You have aspirations to be something greater, right?
Yes.
You want to do something meaningful with your life and not just be a farmer who grows wheat and sells it on the weekends and maybe has 1 or 2 children.
Yes.
Interesting. You want to be some sort of sword wielder, mage, warrior, some sort of person that they build a statue of?
I do not care for fame or fortune. I want to be able to make a difference in the world.
Huh. What kind of difference would that be?
I want to create a place for children like me.
Oh, admirable. And what was so bad about your childhood, you think?
Well, I mean, I did have a great one once I made it out of the hell that I lived in.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
Yes, but I would like to make it so then children don't have to run across countries to be safe.
So you'd make it your every childhood, if you could, like yours, from that age when you found the perfect place to live.
I mean, if even just a safe place.
You have one big heart. But only for children?
Adults can be corrupted.
Yeah.
Every child starts out pure and kind-hearted.
Oh, yeah. Innocence, right?
I don't know what kind
The
of
teacher in you.
innocence.
That look.
I'm gonna crawl into their dream to just.
Okay.
It is greed and corruption that turns other people evil. And that causes people to do horrible, awful things. I don't want a child to have to go what I went through, and I don't want them to have to turn to dark things. If I was not lucky, I don't know where I would have ended up.
Huh. Wow. Yeah. No. Best way of putting it, I guess. A girl with a bleeding heart for the innocent, right? Because she suffered more pain, and she doesn't want anyone else to suffer that pain. I like that, I guess. But you said you didn't want any fame with it, so you don't care to make a manifesto. You don't want to bring people to your cause. If you could do it yourself, you would, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Do you think you have the capability to achieve that power? It would be a lot, but are you sure your shoulders aren't too feeble?
If they are, it will make them stronger.
Damn. You have the right terminology, don't you?
He's absolutely a devil.
Let me think about this for a second. What's your last name again? DuPont?
Yes.
Does it mean much to you?
I mean, yes, that is the name that I now call my family.
What about your old last name? Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Interesting. And if you could get everything you wanted and achieve that power and make the world a better place, but you had to sacrifice that last name, not the family, you just had to leave that name behind, you could? He does sort of like chuckle a little bit as he sees your hesitation.
I would.
You can hear him crack his knuckles a little bit under the metal gauntlets, and they sort of... He doesn't cross his fingers, but he does steeple his fingers. You can tell as he ponders for a moment. You know, not many... I would say not many people have the, quote-unquote, balls it takes to admit something like that. I mean, you certainly don't have them. But, in this case, you have the metaphorical ones. So you really...
Why?
You... I can't put it in a better way. Yeah, no, you're like an ember that's ready to start a fire. Well, I happened to notice, I think, that there was some hesitation at first with this recent scuffle you got into, but once you were pushed by that friend of yours being slayed, you were willing to spill blood, weren't you? Like someone's last blood.
Yes.
So, if someone tried to stop you, and they were willing to spill your blood, you'd have no hesitation at sending them to the next world?
I would not want to send somebody to the next world for attacking me, but I will not hesitate to protect those that I love.
And what if protecting those you love is by preventing them from being attacked in the first place?
Then I would do whatever I had to.
I have met very few people that are so willing to quite literally fuck shit up to start something new. And so few of them have a good cause. That's usually what turns them away. You seem like you can stay on this road until someone finally puts your lights out. Is that true?
Perhaps. I don't quite understand what you mean by that.
I'm just trying to understand exactly how far you're willing to go. Because this world is going to fight you at every step. And everyone you care about may try to tell you it's wrong. But who gives a fuck what others say when you know what's right? Live your best life, right?
Live your best life.
And if that best life is sacrificing yourself for a better future for others, that's your own scheme, I guess. But you really have the fire to do it.
Yes.
I know you can't see me right now, but I am definitely smiling. I can't help but admire the audacity of you to say that others are, well, just in your way. And they are, to be fair. Most people get in your way when you want to achieve something. And really, it's because most people are just greedy and selfish and jealous about what you can get on your own. And you could have all the power you actually think you can have. I can see it right now. And you're willing to take it if others try to take it from you.
Yes, I would.
Okay. You're an idiot. So, this is how this goes. I was hesitant at first. I'm hesitant with most people like you. Like this. They're ambitious, they're dreamers, but then they give up halfway through. They throw it aside. They think it's impossible. Anything's literally possible. If you know how to get to it.
Of course.
I, like I said, am the Oath Taker. That's not because I give oaths. No, that's because I take people's oaths that they have been placed upon before. Some promise that they made before to go back to someone they loved that was impossible. To protect something that was never worth protecting. To support or fight for a nation that commits wrongdoings, or to serve justice that really isn't justice when you think about it, because this world is so fucked up. I was one of the only ones that could go to that end, that could achieve what he actually wanted, that could take the next step it requires to change this world. That's why I'm the only fucking angel of my lord.
You serve Umbros, don't you?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
See, I told you.
I knew this from the very start when you said dark armor. I was like, oh, this is
I just
Umbros.
whispered that as we were talking about.
The Umber Knights, if you're familiar with them, are few in number, but they're all rats trying to run their own race. Everyone's a rat, but at least these ones realize that they are.
Yes, the rat theory.
It's real.
Everyone's a rat.
If you go down this path, I could show you how to take your power. I won't give you anything, but I can show you how to take it for yourself.
I won't give you anything.
Because, just like the rest of the world, I'm gonna try to steal it before you can get it. You just have to be quicker than me. But if you achieve what you're looking for, I can promise you'll probably outshine me, and I'll burn in your fire. Cause I will be nothing but a small ember at that point.
I'll burn in your
I'll burn in your
I'll
fire.
burn in your fire.
That's the flame artist motto. I'll
Like
burn
pick
in
up one of
your
those
fire.
candy hearts. I'll burn in your fire.
Because I'm sure you'll burn brighter than the star that's in the sky. So, yeah, let's do it.
Burn brighter than the stars in the
What are
sky.
you even wanting from me then?
Sorry.
What do I want from you?
Yes, it sounds like you're wanting something from me.
I'd really just want you to prove to me that you can do it, because everyone else is a lying piece of shit. They can't do it.
And what am I even trying to do? Because I haven't told you what my oath is.
Oh, yeah, I know, but you know what you're trying to do. I'll find out on the way, I think. The point is, I'll support you. I guess. My God intends for you to achieve what you want, I believe. I am his powers incarnate on this world, I suppose, but yeah, I think he would support you. In a way.
Mm-hmm.
Not like any of these other guys that give handouts. No, you're gonna have to work. But you've never not had to work. No one's gonna pity you here. And that's what you're used to, right?
Yes.
Fighting off the pity.
Yes. I don't want it.
Exactly. So yeah. You feel like his hand move, and you can hear the gauntlet shift, and he holds a fist like about a foot away from your face, and his hand is as big as your head, probably. And he flips his hand over, and you can hear his gauntlet open. Take it. You reach into his gauntlet and you grab something. You feel it. It's like air, but it's hot.
Mm-hmm.
You take the heat and pull it from his hand. And like that, you took it. Not given, but taken.
What is it in her hand?
As you open your hand, you just see this burning orange light that reflects into your eyes. You feel this heat, this fiery passion. It's the same energy that you get when you're enraged, the same energy, the heat you feel when you're passionate, the same energy and heat you feel when you're in love. It's nothing but pure passion, pure fury. It's that, but it's stronger. Well, good luck. And remember, they'll try to stop you. Every single one of them. But it's your destiny. No one writes it for you. And he pushes the table out from under him, and he sort of like squeezes you back, and he doesn't move his chair, he just stands up from his chair. I can hear his heavy metal footsteps.
She pushes it back.
He just sort of chuckles in. You can hear his heavy footsteps drift away into a doorway beyond. And as you come to, with everyone else waking up around you,
You're an idiot.
as you're feeling yourself coming awake, you realize that you were gripping tightly in your right hand, and you just open it, and you don't feel anything, but you do feel a little warm, if anything.
Rosalie's end game is Knight of Umbers.
I know.
everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, everyone comes and gets aroused to wake, and as you all get together,
You smell rightly cooked vegetables and breakfast. There's no meat here, but we have essentially breakfast potatoes. Like diced root vegetables with seasons and everything, and some like makeshift plates and cooking supplies are being set out as Marguerite speaks up. I went ahead and prepared everyone something to eat this morning, so go ahead, enjoy.
Oh, thank the gods.
Of course.
Are you feeling better?
Oh yeah, I feel better.
Okay.
That's good.
We can hit the long rest button, right?
You may hit the long rest line.
Yay! Thank goodness.
We should eat up and get on the road relatively soon. We don't want to lose any more time, as we're trying to get past the Iron Boneyard as quickly as possible. Sticking too close can be dangerous.
Well, I did want to ask Rosalie, what is the order of getting Ori back? Because I know she's in magicalness to her, so... Because I feel like we should get that as soon as possible.
Yes, what does your contract entail?
It's. Come on, please load.
Yeah.
I have to remember actually how to bring it back.
Brass brazier with 10 gold pieces of herbs, charcoal, or incense.
Thank you.
Well, that's the base find familiar.
Base find familiar, yes.
Yeah. She's not a base find. She's not a base familiar.
What is it then?
You do.
It's in the homebrew rules. It's an increase in the amount of materials you need based on her CR, I believe.
Is it still the same?
It's a little bit more, I think.
I
I think it's like 20 or 25
I
something.
think it's like 25, if anything. Because of the homebrew rules, I think add an extra 10 for each one CR higher, but it's each score of CR, not one CR. So obviously Ori, I think, is like a half, which you usually have a 0. So I think that's actually
No,
30.
she's a fourth.
She's a 4th? So that's only another 10 gold pieces then.
Okay.
It's about 20-ish gold of
Oh,
different incense and herbs and things that you can collect.
Is it stuff that we have? Because we're not really near any towns.
That is stuff that's around us. Of course, get checked charcoal. We have some by this campfire that we've used. We can scavenge for herbs around here.
The issue is more of the bronze brazier that you need to burn them in.
I wonder, because I've never really, this whole changing shape is new to me. I wonder if I could try to turn into that. Because is it used in this spell?
It's just burned inside of it. Do you take... Does it
I
hurt?
haven't attempted that.
I'm sorry, are you saying you can turn into objects?
Ah!
What?
No. Yes. No.
It's too late now. I mean, you just said it in front of me.
Yeah, I was wondering why you
I thought it was just us. I thought it was just us three.
What? I mean, no.
I breakfast you instead.
Yeah,
I thought we were off on the other side.
I mean, I guess she's out of your periphery, but she's like right behind you.
Oh, god damn it.
those big LPs, they're good for something, right?
Well, yes, I can turn into objects. Now shut up.
She has a really weird patron. He tried to recruit me too.
And me.
I have no
And
doubt.
Rosalie.
Or like packs are often weird.
I can do anything that is, method acting. Anyway.
Method acting.
That is okay. Yeah, go on, of course.
Become tree.
It's become true.
Can you become a tree?
With heart.
Probably could become a tree. But right now I'm trying to, think of, how big is it?
I
Think.
It just needs to be big enough to contain it, I guess.
So...
It could be large, medium, small, I don't know. It's just enough to hold all of the stuff and burn it.
Okay. I think I could take a few burns. We'll see.
Are you considered to be made out of bronze though?
See, that's I don't know.
It really depends, because if it doesn't
experiment.
count, it doesn't work, then that would have been 20 gold pieces worth of materials gone.
And
Yeah.
When you transform, do you become the material itself or something adjacent to it? So would you become bronze or something bronze-like?
We could always test it by one of us just sitting down our spell focuses and trying to cast you holding her using a spell that uses material.
That is true. Because I know I take on the appearance and of course the shape and everything. Like if I turn into a chair, you can technically
you-
sit on me, but
Turn into a giant pearl. Would you be able to be used for like
Are
identify?
you a pearl worth 100 gold?
550.
50 gold?
oh, I'm worth way more than 50 gold.
As a
If you're a
pearl,
giant,
though.
because that would, I guess
I am a
we could try that, but that because that doesn't consume the spell.
Do what? Sorry.
Using identify in the pearl, it doesn't consume the pearl. So that is on the few spells that I know that doesn't consume the item.
It should also be said that you have used a brazier before. You have to set the ingredients on fire.
Yes, I know.
Right.
No, yes, that's why I was saying like maybe
What-
we'd try something else
Yes.
before that.
That's fair. Yeah.
Trevor, quick
Do
question.
you have the incense and charcoal nibs?
No.
I think she looks towards Godwin. Godwin, don't you have? I think you have some incense, don't you? I guess a little bit, maybe.
Quick question. I know like this spell requires a brass brazier.
Yep.
What substitutions are able to be made there? Like how flexible is the magic? Does it need to be specifically a brazier, or it can be something made of brass that is used for burning?
It has to
Okay.
contain. It has to be like a vessel of some kind made of brass.
Okay.
Anybody got brass on the metal?
No.
Right here, my tuba.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yay.
Oh, I forgot about my trumpet.
I think I might have a brazier. I would have to check.
You just
What?
carry a brazier around me?
Well, not on me, but I do have. She pulls her belt, her own like sack. I have a few different things in here. I could check. Just give me a
Well, I
second.
guess it would be good to use an actual one.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of curious. I kind of wanted to see this.
Yeah, I feel like you could still turn into a giant pearl. See the.
Do we have
Could you
any?
turn into a copy of that pearl from last night?
I could. I
I
saw it enough.
I don't think you would
But
contain
I-
a shadow entity though.
I mean, it would contain me.
Yeah.
So
Is
true.
there anything that we really needed to have identified? Because then we could just try casting identify on.
I mean, you could just dry my magic ring.
Sure.
If it says what it is needed for, give me the ring.
Turn into a pearl, I guess. I'm gonna do the long one.
I think the
that's-
thing is, I don't know if I'm going to be small enough, but
It doesn't need to be small. It just needs to be at least 50 gold pieces.
So think worth 50 gold pieces.
Oh, I do have a brazier.
Oh! Wow!
I guess I haven't really needed to be familiar in so long. I didn't think about it.
alright. Well, if you still want to use it, I can attempt.
Yeah.
And look, this is a branded
shadows.
one. She points to the branding on the side. It's Agengresh make, like a lot of things nowadays.
How much is a block of incense worth?
It should say
It
on
should
it.
say on
It
D&D.
doesn't say because it comes as a part of most some kits, so it has no price on it.
Handshake.
Mm. Well, a block of incense, probably about that big, like a brick, like about that big, with a reasonable thickness. Yeah, it's probably worth like 20 gold. And it's probably the standard brick size you could buy. 10 for the initial contract, and 10 if you need to do it again.
Mhm.
So probably 20 gold.
For a block.
Do you have one?
I will go into my bag, and I probably sit down for a second. I could have shuffled some things around. And let me see where. Okay, put it.
Kaislin's using his own things.
Give me a second
God
here.
knows that he cares.
Yeah. I will reach into my bag, and I will pull out a block of incense.
Mm.
And one other question, 'cause I know that this probably won't matter now since we actually have a brazier. I don't know what this would be made out of. I do have a censer
Okay.
that I do use for burning incense.
It's not made of brass, probably.
It's probably not made of. I was like
Yeah.
asking, is like with the with Saint Hilar would most likely be like either
It'd be like tin
it'd be
or
tin or
something.
copper. Like
It would have with the aesthetic
Yeah.
that Saint Hilar and the entire Archinus faith usually uses. They do a lot of blues and silvers,
Mhm.
so it's probably more of a tin.
More of a tin
color.
or silver.
Yeah, or silver, or something like that.
Just
But
wanted to
silver would be
double check that.
expensive. Yeah, but yeah, sets the brazier down.
Well,
Where-
this is convenient.
Lovely.
So
I
we
mean-
like herbs.
I completely
I
forgot.
have the instance here. If it's, I know
I would.
they are really important too.
What kind of herbs are we talking here?
It's a block of
I'm
incense.
pretty sure any herbs could work as long as they're significant enough. You
He
know.
brings out a pack of cigs.
No! Well, I'm not gonna lie.
That's
The
incense.
herbs do play a role into the incorporation of the body,
we don't
so
want. We don't
No.
want to.
or it will probably smell like tobacco.
Never mind.
See,
Cousin
just stinks.
gave me enough. I'll just use it.
Herbs.
We have charcoal in the fire, but
Wait, what was the herb brick that I bought you? I know you were going to use it for
Oh yeah, the
healing potions, but
just chopped a little bit of.
I think technically it would work.
Yeah, she'll just cut off like.
Well, do
small
we
amount
want
of
to use?
we can go.
Because
Because it needs to be all three.
Does it only be? Like,
It's all three.
Is it all three?
It's
It
all
says
It's all three.
charcoal, incense, and
So she
herbs.
could probably
I
give you a
think you
little
had
bit of the
50 gold
incense back.
worth of the herb block, or how much is the gold? I give you a price. for it.
40 gold pieces, Trevor.
Well, there was the recipe and then the block, and I can't remember.
You
what-
said it was a pound of healing herbs.
Okay, so since there wasn't a price, I'm assuming I have it somewhere in here. But you'll just take off like what 1
Does it-
ounce?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We can also just collect something around here.
So like
you don't need a lot.
1/16th, right?
I mean, that is
I don't know how
true,
to
but
look for herbs.
What else?
it's right there. She's got
I mean,
it
you
right
were cooking
here.
with herbs last night, right?
Yeah, like spuds and roots and like I found some rosemary over there, but you know.
Since we've
I
already
feel
gotten.
like this.
Ooh,
We're not
rosemary.
making
Mhm.
Ori out of rosemary.
We make Ori with
Well,
the
really,
spices.
It's just
a
it
whole
smells
block of
very
incense
spicy.
That should
you know?
cover most of it. You just need a tiny amount of herbs and charcoal.
I mean,
So I guess it's up to you.
We
What
got
would you
charcoal
like
in the
Ori to
fire.
smell like?
More incense to you or more herby? Is that how it works?
Like
I
rosemary.
don't
or-
think that's really how that
I was just kind of saying it. I mean, I was.
I think we're good. I think
I think I'll just take a small amount of the healing herbs and just mix it with the. Here,
All right.
You get some of your incense back. You get an ounce of your incense.
Well, it was a whole incense block, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Can she like chip off a little bit? That's about the equivalent amount of what she took off.
You'll have about, we'll say, 2.5 gold pieces worth of incense.
2.5 gold pieces of incense.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. And just some charcoal from the fire. Okay. I guess begin the ritual.
Yeah, she sets it down, puts everything in there, and takes her staff. And as she's like holding her staff in her hands, you see one of the runes glow for prestidigitation as it lights. And then slowly she starts to do the ritual.
I'm so glad we could all play a part to
I
make that
know.
happen.
I'm glad that you know, I would have turned into a brazier if it had worked. You know, that was work. But I'm a little passively happy that I did not have to be lit on fire.
Good point.
Yeah.
As you see, like it catch it a little bit more. But yeah, it does take a bit of time. But eventually, the smoke will clear off. All the stuff in there, you'll see it melts to a fine like paste, like a black paste, and it begins to shape into a dragonoid structure. You know, this is a real pain whenever the creature's bigger. I've seen people with like contracts with bears as a familiar. It takes a massive abrasion or a
Oh my
lot
God.
of goo. Yeah, but
If I did the contract. So
I mean, it's not a bad idea.
I
Sometimes.
could,
But then we'd have to get a very, very big brazier.
but then I could always bring her back.
Yeah,
I mean, we're in
Yes,
The,
yes.
a
the
lot of danger.
alternative, the alternative is doing it with a small brazier, but it takes much longer because the goo has to collect, you know. But it works. As we're doing it, but as you go through the process, as the spell finally finishes, the body begins to form the black tar, and Ori begins to like sort of emerge from the black goo, like a creature pulling out itself out of tar. The head bounds up. You see quickly a flash of a runic circle appear in your magic. And that circle, you recognize it. This is the contract that you formed with Ori a while back. You recognize your writing of runes in the air, and it flashes. And Ori comes from this brazier and flies into the air, flapping off goo and black tar just all over the ground, you know.
Aw.
And
crazy.
Familiars are wild.
Welcome back, Ori.
As soon as that happens, like Rosalie drops her staff and immediately like hugs Ori.
Just sort of like hands, wings, wrap.
Just like
Yeah.
I imagine like a small, like a wiry small dog.
Yeah.
And their paws are like this big, so it's like
no, she's more like just like a small cat.
small
Yeah.
cat.
It's just like
I mean, definitely doesn't have any fur on it, so you feel that bone and muscle. Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's like a sphinx cat.
Yeah, Tyler's
Yeah.
cat. Tyler's cat.
She's a skin baby.
She's a
She has
skin
scales.
She's a blue
Scale
chicken.
Scale baby.
But as you're doing this, as you guys are enjoying your breakfast and finishing the contract, you see something on the horizon.
oh.
Coming down from the way you came, you see like a shadow begin to loom, and you swear that's the largest man in Hythea. As Chuck is here.
Chuck!
Is that the largest man in Hythea?
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, it's Chuck.
I know that shadow from anywhere.
Oh my god! I see this Chuck!
There he is.
As coming into view, coming down the path, looking winded, a little exhausted, but like coming down, you see Chuck. Yeah, no, that is indeed Chuck.
Is Naroof with him?
You actually don't see Norloof right
Oh.
now. Chuck is walking the same path you walked the day before, as you guys have sort of like kind of moseyed back towards the road area, you know, after doing this entire thing. And as if fate lined it up, Chuck appears down the road from you.
Oh, Chuck! Welcome back!
Ah, there you are.
It is good to see
Welcome
you.
back.
He's
I wish you
explaining.
had come last night. We got our asses kicked.
Oh,
I'm
that's-
glad that I no longer have to be the one to take hits for everybody.
Anyway, you look tired. What happened?
I've walked back from the mountain, I'm guessing. Not actually quite that far. I see.
You see Margaret and Godwin, they sort of like look perplexed, and then like Margaret's just like looking up at you like,
Oh, this is the guy we were talking about.
the largest man in Hythea.
Yes,
That's Chuck.
It's Chuck.
I am.
That's an official title. I didn't realize.
Yes.
It is sort of.
Before leaving town, I was gathering supplies with Narmouth, and ended up running into Pat, who had asked if I was going on the quest with you all. And when he mentioned you're going past the Iron Boneyard, I was concerned because I've actually traveled this route before. So I thought I'd better come and make sure everything goes smoothly.
You made good
That's his
time.
wise.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the more help the better now.
Oh, absolutely.
This is quite the dangerous area, so you have a good friend here.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Is our guy that's tied up, like, still alive? Still breathing?
Oh. I totally forgot about
Yeah,
him.
like when you like look over, you just barely see an eye open and like close again rapidly. Just like
Oh, he's chilling.
Should I
Oh,
go
he's
check on
listening.
him?
Yes. How about we both go? Let's
Okay,
go.
I go to
Just
check on
Be
him.
careful, knives popping out.
Hello. Alright, I
I'd be
go.
impressed if he got to those knots.
I will say, like, Rosalie now,
very
like,
good.
registers that he's there and, like, just looks, like, pissed that he's still
He got
here.
blown up too.
No, I know.
With my hands.
I see.
as you guys approach, you see a noticeable discomfort in his face as he realizes you're approaching.
I Saru's behind me and I squat down and I look him and I look him over and see like
Where am I?
you know where you
What
are.
time is it? Oh.
It is morning. Would you like breakfast?
Uh,
I won't poison you, I promise.
why
Like
do you
you
sound
poisoned me.
why do you sound sarcastic when you say that?
That's just a voice.
It's just the way I talk. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Yes. Yes. What are you gonna do with me?
I bring over some breakfast.
Well, first,
Nom nom.
Just kind of lift it to his mouth.
Horse feed his man.
Yeah, I horse feed this man.
What are you gonna do with me?
well, this is good. We're just gonna leave you here, but
Not really sure.
Okay, so you're not gonna feed me too. Looks towards the wolf.
It is an option, but no, I don't.
Just like,
I don't feed live people to my wolf. It is not
yeah.
unless she, decides.
Things
I can't
happen.
exactly stop her
Right.
necessarily if
yeah.
she decides to eat you, but
I'm glad on your.
she won't.
first
She's
drink.
very well trained.
I saw that.
Yes,
Yeah. Very,
did see
very good dog you have there. A very good wolf. Yes.
she is a very good dog. Well,
So, are you just bandit? What is your whole thing?
What?
Well,
This will determine if I undo the ropes or not.
I'm from Lestron.
Uh-huh.
He does seem actually a little bit nervous. But yeah, he's not keeping any secrets at this point.
I want to hear this.
He's on
last
death's
story.
door right now. All it takes for this wolf to decide to eat him, and he's gone.
I received a request and a payment from a Miss Soulheart.
Oh,
from
good
Lestron,
God.
Shit.
who had an issue with someone apparently pinching her help.
To target us specifically?
I guess to scratch you up or to put you on a less wealthy foot, leaving the city. Just a message I don't know. The message is very clear to make your day a little worse.
Well, you certainly did.
A job well done, I guess.
Yes.
Well, I can see now that contract was a mistake to take, and I have done wrong, and I will commit myself to being better in the future.
You better.
Neither you can
I'm guessing all of us can hear this, correct?
Yeah, he's not being quite as funny.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look real at him with my
Make an insight
goblin
roll.
eyes.
Make an insight roll.
Take a look at them
No, I'm not gonna
Are
say.
you usually employed by Miss Soulheart?
I'm a freelancer.
Yeah, no. It's 9.
9. She just paid well, okay? I know her name in the underground of Lestron, so it worked.
Well, forget it.
I can see that now.
That's a dirty 20.
30-20. Okay. He's probably saying exactly what he wants you to hear because he doesn't want to die. But he's maybe not lying about anything. I just heard you had wronged her or pinched some of her people or something, and had messed up one of her jobs. And apparently, I guess she overheard your dealings with some other guy, and
Did she have our descriptions or something? What did you have to go on?
I guess she keeps eyes on your employer or something.
What, you were given our descriptions?
Yes. I think
We are a bit
That was great.
noticeable.
this isn't the first time I've traveled outside the city. I know how far people can usually get a day out from Lestrade.
Oh, yes.
It was just a matter of direction. Took a while to find you guys, but it wasn't too hard. You should probably be better about where you set up camp.
It will be
I did not know we would be followed.
Well, good luck on your journey.
Okay, well, you'll be staying right here until we're all gone.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
And you better hope that one doesn't come over here, because I think she will kill you. And I just kind of subtly point to Rosalie.
Shadow. Destruction.
I think she literally will kill you, so to just scoot. Don't look at her.
Yeah, none of us are
I can
stopping her.
feel it.
Because
Grip
one
on
of
the
your
blade.
friends or whatever, she says it's so he can hear, but
Yeah.
not for, because one of your friends killed her best friend, and we just had to resummon her.
That's not great. Yeah.
So T.
A familiar?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no.
But lucky it was a familiar.
Hey, I'm sorry, but are you a Chell Arco?
No, it's really not that.
And what of it? Yes.
Nothing. If you don't want anything to be about it, I've just never been tied up by a Chell Arco before.
Okay, I could gut you right now with my claws.
I'm not trying to be funny. I wasn't sure in the dark. I didn't recognize
shut your mouth.
He's mentally thinking to himself, this is not a great time to ask a Chell Arca to sign my ropes.
Did I tied up by Beyonce?
That's essentially what happened.
Yeah.
You know when you shut your mouth? Uh-huh. There you go.
Okay. Well, there you go. Let this be a reminder, a memory, something that you can always look back upon when you're about to make a instinctively bad decision. Okay.
Roll intimidation. With advantage.
See, it's funny because I actually have +4 in this. So 22.
Do some freelance work that doesn't involve poison darts, please.
I heard the graphic design market is open.
He just stays quiet and he nods.
Anyway.
Alright, we'll just leave him here.
He releases a heavy breath whenever you guys walk away.
Yeah.
So he kind of bobs the head.
Did you tell Sadu to keep an eye on him?
Sadu, you stay right here and keep an eye on him.
Nice dog.
No.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Sadu will stay there.
So, Chuck, how are you just staying with us until Marloof comes and plucks you again, or?
Margaret's picking up cooking utensils, and I guess Godwin's helping.
Yeah, I'm
I
packing
have
up
a
everything.
few days before I'll have to return. I'll be leaving on my own accord next time, but I should be able to stay with the group until at least we get past the boneyard.
That should be good and useful.
Anything fun happen since we last saw you?
I was yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, last night we almost died, so
Yeah, it was at most 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
things can happen.
Yeah.
Nothing too noteworthy. There were some things I wanted to mention, but it can wait till a bit later.
What were you gonna say,
Okay.
Chris?
I was gonna take at least a little bit. I'm just going to attune to the boots of Spring Leaping for right now.
Where'd you get those again?
That was one of
That
the
was way back,
In the
right?
yeah.
cold.
I think the Kobold Inn.
Yeah.
The Kobold Inn, that's right, yeah. You put on the clown shoes and you started changing them.
But
Gotcha. That's what they look like. They have metal heels that have little springs. But yeah, they work.
Kingdom Hearts chic.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you go through the process of it. And at first, it feels like you're putting on someone else's shoes. You can almost feel the indentation of someone else's
Ew.
foot size, which is not welcoming at first. But you can feel that these were well used, well worked in.
The average.
Someone lived in these shoes, and if only you knew who they were. But eventually, finishing the attunement process, going through it, the shoes will sort of fit to your feet ever so slightly a bit more. They kind of shrink down and grip onto your feet.
A little less clowny.
A little less clowny. They have that same shape, but yeah, they're a little less big on him.
Alright. Better.
Alright, well.
And I'll kind of for a brief moment, I'll go up to that ledge that I had to go around last time.
Yeah.
And I'll just kind of walk back 10 feet and take a running jump to jump up there.
Where's Kaisler going?
Kaiser, what are you doing?
And I will.
Boing.
Like it's about 5 feet up from there correctly, and I will make it without having to make a roll, because my jump distance is tripled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So I can jump instead of 2 feet in the air, it's 6 feet.
Oh my god.
Boing.
6 foot vertical leap.
Like a cat.
Yeah.
You can bounce on you.
All right, that is
Bounces on you.
Bounces on you now.
a
Kaiser.
little more maneuverability, so I feel lighter. That works. And I go and come back down.
Okay.
Congrats on your new ability, Kaislin.
Yeah, we've had these for a while, and I'm might as well be used. Get me
Yeah.
around a little bit easier. Can't really climb, so
yeah,
well at least.
that's true.
Alright, well, is everyone packed up?
Yes.
Yep.
Surprisingly, yes. She looks very happy with herself that she, put the tent back up.
Oh,
Yeah, you got it all back together, basically. You know. It's all packed as best you could in a tent bag, you know?
Yeah. And I guess while we're walking, I'm going to keep trying to mend as many blankets, because they're all clean now.
Mm.
Precipitation, anything's possible.
Wait, since you've been this path before, why don't you lead the way?
All right.
hey, didn't we
I
have some
agree.
things to
Alvin will
give
introduce
Chuck?
you.
No, I don't think so.
I already got the ring. If that's what you're.
The ring I gave to you. What else are we?
Oh, the scarves. The orange,
Right.
the
Alright.
orange scarves.
You're the only one that remembered that.
Eterna, give me the bag of holding. Pull out 3 Geomancer scarves.
Oh
my
Yeah.
god.
They're
You're the
on.
only one who matches the color scheme. And we thought since you're going up into the mountains a lot, you might We
What
can
a
like
scarf.
stitch these together and make a really long like, infinity scarf.
Wait. What if I just mending?
No, that would
No,
Doesn't
dang.
work.
What if I cut the ends and then
No.
That's not how that works.
what if I just tie it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Chuck, did we give you, when we were splitting all the gold, did we give you any?
Yes,
don't think
yeah. I
I've-
feel like
I don't think I've.
Rosalie,
Not
did you
worried
give
about it, but-
Chuck his amount?
we had
way
some
back.
gold.
Yes?
I've not
Okay.
received gold at all.
We're
You-
broke right now.
Alright,
so...
I do have.
I'm not worried
Let me
about it,
check.
so I can.
I do think I'd go a
manage, but-
setting portion that separately.
Okay.
Hold on.
I put my stuff with all the rest of the money that we were
Right.
giving Chuck.
I find it funny if Kaizen has like a coin belt and just starts popping out gold pieces on the inside of his belt. Here you go.
It's yours not a lot to do much with, but it is something. And you'll get a bag with 10 gold, 1 silver, and 5 copper.
You're the richest out of all of us.
How much again? Sorry.
False.
10 gold, 1 silver, and 5 copper.
I have a lot of money. I still have
On you?
Yeah.
And I'm the one buying the climbing gear.
She's an heiress.
I just got this.
No. she's like a femme fatale heiress. You know, of course she has that money. You know.
I mean, who do you think bought all the healing potion supplies?
I put it on my card, my platinum membership card.
I might like put it on my tab.
Yeah.
But when we go to Teo, I have a tab.
Godwin will sort of step next towards you, Chuck. I will help you find the path here. I've walked this path before as well. Sort of find our way together. Make sure this group doesn't wander too far into the boneyard.
Yeah, I shouldn't be choosing camp locations anymore.
No.
No.
I love you, Indigo, but no.
A lot of the wrecks and old machinery from the battle that took place here in the machine war, they say some of it's still functional, and some of the creatures that live in it still roam, so we definitely need to be careful of our campsite.
Yippee.
I should say I was not the navigator last time I traveled, but the road is somewhat familiar to me. So,
That should happen.
Or
at
help
least.
me lead, I guess.
all right.
Before we head off, 'cause I know you said it was like cloudy earlier. Does it look like
It's
it's
still cloudy.
Does it look like it's gonna rain?
It's like thin clouds, not thin clouds, it's gray clouds. It could rain, but not heavily right now.
Mm-hmm. I might give like a small silent prayer to Saint Hilar to allow us for clear travel.
Okay. You do so. You do so indeed.
Choir ball.
Well, as you
Love that I'm the cleric and he's the one getting all
we have
the...
yet to see Eterna get on her knees and pray.
You pray for some snow.
At least we don't have to worry about snow.
Oh Lord, please bring back
He's
winter.
praying for clear sky. She's praying for snow.
Yeah.
I mean, horror is like associated with lightning
Winter is my
in
season.
water.
Give us a blizzard to walk through right now.
But you guys will begin to travel, and for a lot of this, it's a lot of walking, it's a lot of traveling. So there may be jumps in time I might skip over, but if at any point you want to RP something, do let me know. What's up?
I did send you a message of something that I wanted to do before we left.
It's a Discord message.
Yes. Do I need to roll
That's
stealth?
not open, so
Oh.
you know, if you need to roll stealth, go ahead and roll stealth. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm loading it. But yeah,
That was almost a nat 20. That was a 3.
So I guess we all see whatever this is.
You see Rosalie kind of try to hang back towards the back of the group.
Rosalie, what are you doing?
It was just taking my time.
Okay.
yeah, as you guys are about to leave camp.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to untie the guy a little bit?
He can figure it out.
His allies left him. They're probably not coming back.
No, yeah, he can figure it out.
Here, just here. I go back.
I don't think even if
He
we
shot me with poison.
completely untie his ropes, he's got no more weapon because I think we checked him, and
I
also
didn't take.
No, he still has a dagger on him.
I mean,
He's fine.
even besides that, there is how many of us now? 8 of us, not
don't
including Sadu.
I don't think he's going to try to take us.
Yes,
No,
because
Yeah,
if
if he
he stays
does-
tied up, if he doesn't get out, he would die.
the Sadhu can eat him.
That's exactly why I'm going.
Sadu can eat
Alright.
somebody.
I go back, and I'm like, good behavior. Good. Just, I untie his hands first.
Mm-hmm.
And then legs, and I just pull one string, and it just all comes undone.
I'd say there's not.
Just
He's gonna like sort of hold some of his wounds,
he's gonna
delicately prop himself up.
Yeah. Step all the way back. Okay.
He's gonna start hobbling the opposite direction. He's like,
He said,
oh, they're letting me go. Okay, he's gonna start hobbling away.
make good choices, and we'll find you. Okay.
Alright, we can take his rope back and put it
There's
in the
a
bag
rope
of holding.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Godwin takes his rope back.
There you go.
Okay. No, that's that. Rosalie, you seem like a little bit mischievous right now. I'm glad to see that you're back in your normal
Yeah, you look guilty. but
normal
so-
face.
She's like, I'm perfectly serious.
Yo, that's just because y'all knew I was trying to do something and
Yes,
heard
we
that
saw
dream.
you trying to do something.
I'm saying she's not guilty. I'm saying I'm happy that she's back to her normal self
Mm-hmm.
for a little bit. I mean, look at her. Isn't she mostly mischievous?
Yeah, and she looks like she's guilty about it.
I
so-
never said guilty. I said
Just
mischievous.
like,
What
like,
are you
like a
guilty
dog,
about?
you know, like a dog that just did something they know they weren't supposed to, you know.
Like what?
I don't know, whatever you're sneaking around for.
I just wasn't going to lead.
Okay.
Leave them be. If you really want to get onto the ass later.
Let's walk this way.
I get on Saru and start.
Yeah.
As you guys continue to travel. Progressively the clouds will get darker throughout the day. It will get a little thicker, and the humidity catches up a little bit, you know. It's a little more moist in the air. As this lowland grassy area with all the rivers and springs in the local area, maybe it's just like providing all this humidity, and it looks like it could storm at some point, maybe, or it might just stay at the edge of doing it. Who knows? But as Godwin, with the assistance of Chuck, leads you down this path, eventually you'll start to see in one area where there is like basically massive like boulders, like massive things covered in vines and green grass. But as you come a little bit closer, you realize some of these things aren't actually boulders. Most of them aren't. They're actually skeletons of massive metal structures, of massive machinery. One of these some of you recognize as the same sort of structure, half buried, covered in vinework and green grass, that sort of made a natural hill with just the tips of the mandibles sticking up, that massive iron beetle-like creation that you saw in the ruins of the giant city not too long ago now. You pass by something that seems to be like a metal man that stands 3 stories tall, half buried into the ground with a barrel-like chest, you know. Yeah, he does kind of resemble Chuck a little bit.
Can I ask, can I make an investigation check to see if any of these pieces of metal seem, like, not small, I'm talking like maybe a panel or something, is like loose?
Sure, make an investigation roll. As you're walking by, just keep your eye out for anything like that, yeah.
Oh, I'm also gonna just keep a general eye out for anything that might be useful alchemy-wise. Like, just see, like, her and Ori both just kind of keeping an eye out for anything.
Specifically, like, alchemical materials?
Yeah, like any plants or, like, anything that she would know is...
Make me a perception check, please.
7.
7. Actually, not a perception check. Roll d20 and add your proficiency modifier. In this case, 7. Whatever. Okay. You don't see anything right now. Maybe when you get to a more clustered area, because you're just entering the edges of the Iron Boneyard, you think. And you see as you walk by some of these, like, you're not walking on a road anymore. It was a dirt road before, but now it's started to like clear up, and it's just like lines of grass that are kind of flattened by travel every now and then. And you're going like a little more south, and you see to your right, to the north, it gets denser. You see more of these hills, more of these like shadowy structures. You even see like what seems to be like a blanket of mist laying over the distance, obscuring the further area. And it just becomes like distant fog. You can't even see the mountains, you can't even see the sky with the dark clouds, but you can see the silhouettes of these ruined structures and bodies, and you can hear a bard walk away down the road.
Get out of here!
But it does have this sense of a graveyard in a way that you're seeing from a distance of massive metal giants. And you see divots in the ground that must have been craters. You see patches of trees that are dead, long since dead, half dead and broken, falling on top of each other. But yeah, eventually though,
night will come. You were able to find like maybe one thing for alchemy, and it is actually a base poison material.
Oh.
It's not so it's not poison specifically to clarify, but it is an alchemical like toxin. Which I guess since you took the class, you have the basic ideas of what it does, but you can just note it down as like alchemical toxic mushroom.
Okay.
Yeah. Delicious. I like it on pizza. But night will start to come, and once again you'll have to find a campsite. And now, can I get like some people who wants to actually look for a campsite?
You know, I'm doing it. I'll do it.
Survival?
I'll look for.
Anyone who wants to can.
Yeah.
Just you just have to roll a survival roll.
I'll try as well.
Can I have advantage if I'm looking for a place similar to where I would have camped before? Not like the same location, but the same like
Sure.
ambiance.
Yeah, sure.
16.
The vibe of this area is secure.
16 for some reason.
Okay.
Did you say
22.
Natural 20? I also got a natural 20.
Dang.
I got a natural 19
came through last
plus
time.
what am I rolling?
Survival.
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 Why was I the one rolling earlier?
Yeah.
19 flat.
Well,
I have a +0.
yeah.
So this
So nat 20, 22.
Yeah. As you guys wander into space, you eventually come across a sort of like overhang that looks like some sort of ruined machine-like construct. It's some kind of like large. It's hard to tell. I'll say like it's a hill from a distance, but once you get closer, it looks like a cave. And you realize no, it's just some sort of skeleton of a behemoth of machinery that died, collapsed, hollowed out, and now grass and vine works grow over it. And now you see it sitting there, and you approach it, and it seems like a secure cave with only one entrance, only one way to get attacked. A place where you could light a fire, and the smoke could come out through cracks in the ceiling, but not choke you. You know, and if it rains.
It's perfect.
Yeah. And upon closer inspection of some of those nat 20s, as some of you get into the space and look a little closer, you realize that it is some sort of massive vehicle that's ruined, half broken into the ground. You see that it goes a little deeper in, like it's a buried body that has internal chambers, and the dirt sunk over it or covered it. So it has like a cave-like structure where you see some boulders, some dirt and rocks and vinework that cover up the back area. But if you dug it out a little bit, there might be a chamber beyond that. But it does seem like you're in the mouth of something that resembles like some sort of draconic like beast made of metal.
The Alaskan bullworm.
Why not? But yeah, you see like on the walls, old like piping, some had broken open. You see bugs crawling out of some of the pipes. You see like what looks to be a bird's nest built in some sort of like lamp holster that's been shattered. You see an old chair from inside this mechanical vehicle that is now like toppled over. It looks like someone camped here before. And you see some bowls laid out on the ground. You see what are the remains of like a long since abandoned fire, you know. Yeah, it's a nice spot. You're not too familiar with it, Chuck, so you don't think you slept here exactly, but you recognize it as a place of security. Well, this is probably the best place we could find.
Oh,
Seems
absolutely.
like it to get kind of all our bases covered.
And we are about to hit the center of the Iron Boneyard. We just today entered the area, so it's good to have a secure spot like this.
Also, since there's only one entrance here, it'd be much easier to set up an alarm here to actually catch anything.
That's true.
What kind of terrain are we in? Is there forest around us?
It's like
or-
grassy, and there's not forests, there's sparse trees here and there. Like the land hasn't fully recovered from the fight, so there's like saplings and some trees that are trying to survive, but the land's probably a little too polluted for large forests to form.
Okay.
There's shrubs though in the area too.
Could I go hunting?
Yes, you may. Roll a survival check with Sadhu giving you advantage.
Okay. Advantage.
Kaisen, whenever you get the chance, I did actually want to talk to you about something. Just a little small something.
Alright. You want to do that now or in a little bit?
Yeah, sure. And then cut back to turn.
I got a 12.
Margaret will actually see you walk out Eterna, and she will say to the rest of the group, well, that one goes hunting, I think I might check around the area, just make sure it's actually secure. And do not worry, nothing will see me coming. As she like waves her wand and her image just disappears.
Nice.
Stupendous, I know, right? Okay, shh. You can hear her feet kind of tiptoeing away. But yeah, as you're about to talk, actually, Rosalie, you do see something else that catches your eye. Something that
Her
could
eye?
easily be alchemy. Well, it glints. It
Sorry.
glints.
Her nose.
It's shiny.
Oh.
It is shiny. It does kind of have a weird smell to it, but it gives you that instant smell of like, oh, that could cook into something, right? That could be alchemical. And as you approach it, it's in the back of this cave, this mechanical cave.
Nothing. Why are you looking at me?
And it seems silver, like it glints some light that passes in as the sun sets ever so slightly in the distance. The last bit of light shines against it and reflects this brilliant silver color. It seems like it's like liquid, like it's moving or something. And as you get a little closer and you smell it, it smells acrid, but useful, perhaps. But as you get a little closer, you hear from behind you, just speaking up, oh, don't touch that. As those in the cave can still see, this is Godwin stopping you before you get a little too close to it. You may be familiar with it or you may not, but you do not want to touch that. You can all see from this distance what looks like it kind of looks like a sea cucumber or like a slug, a big slug, but a sea cucumber that's decorative, you know, but it's made of pure like silver-like liquid. It looks like mercury. It kind of looks like a mercurial sea bunny, if you know what a sea bunny looks
How
like.
big is it?
Yeah, it's like that big. It's like Twinkie length, and it's like it's thick, and it has like these little antennae.
But is it alive?
Yeah, it's like going around the corner. That is a mercurial slug. They're highly toxic. However, if you know what to do with them, they're useful. I assume that's maybe why you were attracted to it.
Yes, I do a lot of alchemy.
The collective sabotaged a lot of their vehicles and a lot of their structures with eggs of different creatures. So when the machines died, they would hatch and make it booby-trapped or like that. This one,
I guess so they make their own ecosystem.
they do.
amongst the ruins.
Have you ever heard of a rust monster?
Have I?
You think so, a legend or two. I'll just keep this, like a creature that dissolves metal, consumes metal, you know?
Yes, actually, yes.
A lot of their greatest machinery had their eggs within the chest of the creature, so when the machinery died, they would hatch over a period of time, and they would consume it before anyone could re-engineer it. But in this case, this one was probably from a colony that was meant to kill anyone who snuck into places like this. Godwin will sort of take a piece of wood and pry it off, and it kind of falls into the ground, and its like bottom just kind of, and it releases this sort of like iridescent ooze that just sort of reflects light off the ground. Do you want to keep it? It's valuable if you know how to use it, but it can be dangerous.
Does she have a container that would be able to hold this?
Probably not, but if you killed it, you could probably wrap it up in something.
Because I think it's too big for like vials that would be in her alchemy
Yeah.
kit.
You could sacrifice, I guess, it's up to you. It's up to you. You could try to contain it in something.
Do you have anything that would be able to hold it? I only have little small vials.
I think I have some salt. If we dry it from its ooze, the mercurial structure will begin to fall apart, but we can contain it in something. I think if Margaret was actually might have an extra water skin or something.
I want to first try to get some of the ooze from it.
Okay.
Because she has like little vials. She'll try to do that.
He'll like press it down and it kind of releases a little bit more of that stuff, and you'll sort of like vial up some of it. Careful though.
Chell
That sludge
feels
is toxic.
conflicted.
Yeah.
She's very careful. She actually uses the tongs from the alchemy kit to hold it, so that she's not holding the glass vial itself.
I won't make you roll then. If you're going that far, I won't make you roll. So you get none of it on you very carefully. This
She's
stuff,
worked with toxic materials before. She's had to do it for class.
This stuff will make you suffocate.
Oh,
It closes your lungs, freezes them up.
that's good to know.
But yeah,
Might just absorb through your skin.
yes.
It turns you into... stiffens you, but mostly stops your lungs from being able to... Whatever. He seems to know a little too much. He's like very nerdy about this, but he'll like pick it up with a stick, he'll kind of stab into it and bring it close to the fire that's being set up. He'll just start sprinkling salt on it, covering it in dust to dry it off, Sort of making almost like a clay container of its body. But yeah.
How many vials did I get of it?
You can probably get 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but poor thing. Its only crime was living.
Keep an eye out for them.
Yeah.
They were some sort of like homunculus like creatures created by the collective originally.
So, yeah, it's living crap.
It is a creature, so.
What do you want me to call this?
You can call it mercurial. If you don't know how to spell mercurial slug.
I was gonna say, I do not know how
You
to
can
spell
just call it
mercury.
slug ooze for right now.
Mercury slime.
Mercury slime, that also works. 2 vials of mercury.
I'm assuming it's probably spelled similar to Mercury with IAL kind of at the end.
I had to spend 30 minutes trying to spell emissary.
But yeah, for a moment.
I just put mercury.
That's it.
Mercury from slug.
2 vials of slug ooze mercury.
I'll start my thing after we get back from break.
Okay. Well, in this moment, as you sit around, the sun begins to set, and eventually Eternal will return with game, some sort of like small rabbits and stuff, and Margaret will turn, and cooking will start to begin, and dinner will be set out. As the cooking process begins, we'll actually go to break ourselves. We'll be back in a little bit. Stick around, and we are back. As the camp has finally been set up, people are finally getting a chance to do things they wish, clean themselves up, put things away, pack things, maybe make some food. But what are you doing with Kaislin, Mitchell?
Nothing too big.
Well.
So Kaislin, haven't had a good chance to bring it up, but I do know that you mentioned at the very beginning that you took my father's class.
Yes, I took your father's class with... Is Professor Arco, correct?
Yes, Professor Arco.
Yes. Over these foul people and everything related to that.
Oh, so then you must know that the Day of the Fang recently passed.
Legally, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to gauge how much you know about everything. Just because I didn't tell you this originally, we didn't have enough time, but my father did mention quite a few names, at the table of notable students, and that's why I've heard your name before. It took me a second, but I remembered your name because he mentioned you.
Small world.
I know. Very good listener.
Yes, I do remember a lot from the class. He did go over a lot though, and sometimes derailed, so it's a bit everywhere.
He has a habit of derailing. Oh, and he often derails about, there's this thing that I don't know if he says it's an actual thing. My mother says it didn't necessarily happen that way, but then he's the one that's like, oh, but there's a lot of evidence that suggests that this occurred, and the whole theory that a saint straight from Theo actually came and saved our people and led them to Theo. But that's just a rumor, a theory even. So.
That's just a theory.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking, did he share that with you?
Vaguely sounds familiar. I don't know if he went too much detail into that.
Let's see. Because it's been on the tip of my tongue recently of what the name that he gave that saint was. But I don't know. I'm just thinking about it on the road. And then a secondary thought, this is nothing
Well,
to do.
is it? Because I know there's a couple of saints in Velstieri. So I know there's Saint Montafrida, there is Saint Anna. Any of those sound familiar?
Not in this case.
No.
Because this happened during the machine war, but not too long ago. Not enough for the others to be of note necessarily. Different places, different times. That's just a thing that came up in my mind. But another thing, I wanted your opinion. I was going to ask Rosalie, but she seems busy at the moment. I was thinking
Poking a
about
slug.
how I didn't do the pearl thing. We left before I could do it, but I had a thought of if for some reason I do not turn into the material itself. What if when I transform and I hold a majority of myself that goes into the object is made of that material? Would I be then considered that material?
Kind of like if you're wearing metal armor and you transform to something of the same metal.
Yes. So say I wore a bunch of armor made of, I don't know, like of iron or something. Would I then, when I transform into, say, a giant greatsword, would I ping as iron?
That is a good question. Things that could probably be tested, to be honest. We'd have to probably find a suitable material that we could test something on, see if you would react to it.
Because I tried to look, like as we were walking around, I tried to look if there was any notable size pieces of maybe a flat sheet or something of metal. After all, there's so many of these, machines around. I thought we could use one of those to even just try at the camp, but I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Definitely something to think on, at least. We'd have to find something that you can wear or at least meld into your form and test it from there. If that does work, that could come in useful later on.
I'll keep it in mind because I have these abilities, and although they scare me, I am
It's useful to
curious to
know-
see how useful they are.
It's good to know what you can and can't do. Good to know your own limits.
I'll go back and work on. I think I have one more blanket to fix, and then all of them will be fixed. Finally.
That is good, at least. Getting everything back to how it was before we were attacked.
Oh, I hope he meant his word. She's like, I imagine like when she does mending, like a long bone-like needle appears out of nowhere, and then just
Wow.
Nice.
at least on fabric,
Yeah.
No, you do that with
like a
stone. Too.
Yeah.
Just
So if you ever encountered one of these before, I put salt in there in the dust to hopefully get some of the moisture out, and it should be mostly the flesh and the mercurial elixir that makes up its body. But I found a good way to sort of conceal these if you're in need is to cover them with clay, dust, rock material, cook it a little bit next to a fire, and sort of seal it in rock. And if you need it later, you can crack the rock like a geode. And it should, it's still its insides, but you should get to the interior.
I will say, as he's saying that, she does have like her journal open, and it's just her autoquill writing all of this.
The more you know, be careful around these ruined structures. They're always dangerous,
Yes, I've learned that a few times.
even the creatures.
Are either of you very into history, would you say?
Yes, can
Who else?
Godwin.
I mean, I know a little bit. I'm not really
Me,
a
Kaisler.
big history buff. My family is more into that, but I know some. I've picked up some from my mother and father, and then I've also picked up some from Kaislin.
I'm also a little experienced. I have an education, but not specifically history.
Alright, so this isn't that deep, but have you ever heard of a third initiative?
Can I roll?
Roll history, I guess. So, yeah.
So I'm just imagining.
I will say she is actually proficient in history. She just doesn't care.
Indigo, you swear you see the same sort of like eyebrow twitch that that Margaret showed on Godwin's face. There's just like a bit of recognition of something, but like not. It doesn't tell much. There's like something there. 9? Yeah. This one is like. No idea. I'm not too familiar.
Really?
Yes.
Insight.
Okay, you roll insight.
Can I roll?
He's nosy. You can roll insight too.
She is nosy.
Oh!
Another 9.
No.
23.
Well, he's just seems off put by the question in your own ears, based on what you can hear. Yeah, no, he knows something. There's something like he's not talking about. It makes him uncomfortable. It seems.
How old are you?
You can now, as you like take a look at him, he is half elf, but he does have some signs of age in him. His black, deep brown beard and hair, there's like speckles of white in some areas. And he does have like this sun-soaked skin, that strong tan, aged. He does seem, in his later years maybe, and he sort of speaks out, I've lived a while. I don't remember exactly how old, but I'm definitely my third century.
Whoa.
I'm just over 200, I think. He could be somewhere around middle age for a half elf, you know. But you have never met a half elf, probably, you specifically. You've seen elves before, but yeah.
Rosalie's gonna probably call bullshit on that because she knows how old her parents are.
Mm-hmm.
And that does not add up.
Yeah. Do you say that? What do you say?
You're. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're a half elf.
Yes.
But you say you're coming up on 3 centuries.
I'm just over 200, a little bit.
Half elves don't live that long. Or they're not, at least that. You look young, don't you? You're not like an old man.
It's now you may begin to realize he's not old, but he does have age to him. And you can tell maybe you pick up a little more. He would probably be a little bit over middle aged. In human years, he might be somewhere around his 50s, a little higher than his 50s maybe, but not in his 60s yet. You know, like 58 maybe in human years. But he seems more weathered than anyone else's age probably. Well, I'm not ancient, but I have lived a while.
Out of character, does his age match his?
It seems a little confusing in your eyes. In your mind, I'll tell you
Okay.
that. I'm not the. Margaret is older than me.
Yes,
much
she
older.
is an elf.
Yes, I can have a different percentage of elf, I guess, in me. I could have changed my age slightly.
Point is, knowing what I know about Margaret, seems like you might be in the environment to know something about something that may be called a third initiative.
He like pauses for a moment. He thinks, his eyes like move side to side. You see his skin on his face. He kind of like contorts with like not frustration, but like ideas bend in his mind. They react in his face. He sighs. I do know something of history that they probably don't teach, but he pauses again, holds his words for a moment, takes a deep breath, and he stands up and walks outside. I'll be back.
Should I follow or?
No,
Okay.
just like abruptly walks out, like the most social awkward ripcord you've ever seen. You know, like he ripcorded out of this conversation instantly.
Alright.
Have you ever heard the tale?
You don't play against the wise. So you still don't see Margaret, actually. And I guess he's out. So now it's just a party right now.
How old do half elves typically live?
It depends. Groups of half-elves are different, but that's only because of the situation the world's in for the past few years.
Mhm.
Some groups of half-elves, or from their elven heritage, can exceed 180 easily, you know, just like in classical D&D.
Mm-hmm.
But some elves tend to live maybe at max, some half-elves tend to live at max maybe 250 years now in some groups. There is like residual stuff in, I call it stuff, but there are different scientific theories about it. And a lot of people claim it has something to do with the war, that a lot of these more magically infused races come with mutations in some cases, or their family groups have differing powers compared to the other family groups of the same people, you know?
Depends on the breed.
I guess so. In some cases, there's even theories that
Yeah.
the war with some of its weaponry causes
Weird reactions.
malfunctions in the magical systems within magical creatures and magical people in that case. So
He is weird.
Yeah.
My parents, my adoptive ones, are half elves, and they from what I can at least tell, they sound to be much older, and like from the way that they have described themselves, they have gray hair. They are only like nearing 200, not even. He sounds a lot more spry.
Margaret, I was talking to her last night, and she has some sort of weird, like, 'cause she's studies African, whatever, so she doesn't age in appearance.
Mm-hmm. Maybe something to do with that? I don't know. I just thought it was strange that, like, I don't know. Just the fact that you started questioning him and things like that, and he knows stuff about the war, just threw me off.
The fire crackles as the smoke rises to the ceiling. It really is just a party, I guess. But
So, Chuck, you said there was something that you
Right.
could tell us.
I didn't necessarily want to tell. I'd rather only tell this group because of what we've all been in contact with what I need to mention. And I don't necessarily want to bring anyone else into it if
Well, I'm not
It-
here right now.
I'm scared now.
so
Huddle.
do you remember when
sorry.
in the sewer when there were
Dog.
the kobolds we were fighting? I believe it was the Cold King who had a large piece of cloth with a weird symbol on it.
Yes.
And I don't know if you three have seen it before, but I know that when we were fighting when we encountered the gnolls, was the undead ones, right?
Yeah, it was the undead gnolls.
That symbol was there as well, and at the time when I saw it, I just figured it was probably just cloth that had traveled and they'd found. It wasn't too unlikely to be a coincidence, but seeing it as far east as the city was a bit more troubling, because I believe that was a symbol of a course out west, near where I used to live. I believe it was known as the cult of the branded eye.
What?
The branded eye.
Cult of the branded eye.
A branded eye. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, the symbol does look like an eye.
What does it look like again,
It's
cousin?
missing.
It's down in the corner here.
Oh, right.
Have any
It's
of
an eye
us
with a line down
heard
the
that
middle.
name before?
You can make a scroll.
Yeah, can I?
Can I also make one?
Not you, Michelle, but you may. Yeah, just these two in this case.
Okay.
15.
That is. History?
Yes.
12.
12. Really only you, Rosalie, get an idea. It's not ancient history from what you're aware of. It has nothing to do with the histories you were interested in, but you think it's more like a recent thing. Some sort of thing that happened in the west, on the other side of the Draco Peaks, in Athaland, something like that.
Did she pick up this information from her parents?
It was probably your parents that were talking about it, like as if it was news or something, you know?
Oh, my father mentioned that in passing, I think. I
Right.
don't know. Something. It seems to be recent. They were talking about it just a little bit. He seemed to be a little worried.
At the time that they were active, they were a substantially considerable threat to at least the local area, and could have gone farther had they had more time to grow.
Were they? Is this not new? Have they been around for a while?
No, it's certain aspects of the cult itself is on the newer side, but they roughly about 7-ish years, 5 to 10 years ago, I'll say. It's hard to say exactly when that was formed or when they started being recognized. However, approximately, I'd say 5 years ago, I had believed that they were defeated by, or completely dismantled by the group called the Holy Disruptors.
Now that rings a bell to you, Rosalie. Ever so slightly. Because that is a name of an adventuring group that has traveled through Tale before. It's one of the famous adventuring groups of Rixario. It's one of the top 3 adventure groups of that Adventurers Guild.
How recently has the name of the cult come up from her parents?
Oh, it was probably like a few years ago.
Was it?
Like when you were studying in school, so maybe like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that.
Would have been? Is it more recent, or like is it possibly like it would have been around the same time of like 5 years ago?
It's possible.
I don't really remember just how far back that they mentioned it. Otherwise, I would wonder. My wonder is if they moved from the west out to here.
I'd find that unlikely, based on, from what I understood at the time, at least the leadership was completely dismantled or destroyed by the Holy Disruptors in
I mean, that doesn't mean
pretty
that they
substantial events at the time. I suppose there could be some resurgence. When I saw the claw from the Knolls, I didn't mention it because I figured they had been I'd hoped that they'd been destroyed. I don't.
What is their philosophy?
Like what do they want?
So they sort of worship. I believe it's just known as the Brand, a demonic dragon known as the Branded Eye or something.
Oh, well, that's very
Brand Eye.
straightforward.
The most straightforward thing is they're a power of wrath that just sort of destroys wherever they go.
Okay. So, forgive me if this is too much to ask, but how do you know of these people?
They were
I know, you live around where you're from, but
out in the west. There wasn't, at least where I lived, there wasn't necessarily a specific king or nation. It was more, the area that I lived was mostly under control directly of the cults, and they would try to spread out and conquer more, but they were essentially the leading, I suppose you could call it a church-led state, but not really. But they were the leading powers where I was, so it was kind of hard to miss where I grew up.
So who's this dragon? Is it a being that is present on Hythea?
Would I have ever heard of them? Since I do know a little bit about dragons since we've lived so close to Draco Peaks.
You can roll religion for me in this case.
Religion.
Roll specifically, if I would know location of
Nat
the
20?
dragon
Nat 20.
himself,
Well, let me double check.
if he's on the plane or if he's
You can
extra
roll.
plane.
You can roll a d20.
Okay.
And if you have history, you can add the modifier to it. If not, then just roll a
I rolled a
d20.
natural 20.
they both rolled natural 20
natural-
for this.
-1.
You're the
Oh.
dragon,
Also,
everybody.
natural
I know,
20
right?
plus 6, 26.
Jesus
Yeah, so this
Christ.
is
Damn.
His
Yeah.
address.
So you were wondering about the location?
Yeah, if he would be on this plane or if he had been
Gotcha,
in a
gotcha.
situation.
And you rolled the religion check. Okay. Well, starting with you first, Tommy, you are familiar with the Demon Dragon King, or the Demon Dragon, or Brandai, or whichever one you prefer. These are the names you're familiar with, at least. Is, like you said, demonic dragon, like a spirit. And you're familiar with the location as North Atheland. And Atheland is a territory of areas. It's not a unified nation. Atheland is a bunch of city-states, basically. Some ruled by dragons, some ruled by people. And most of the dragons are kinder metallic dragons, but they still demand authority. And it was North Atheland where that all happened and rose up, and where a lot of the seat of power of that figure
Right.
was. Yeah.
But a physical body.
Like
or-
a physical body, yes.
more like-
You believe there was a physical body, but this figure worked mostly through their emissaries, they're avatars, they're soldiers that used its power. And Brandai, or Brandedai or whatever, would be the equivalent of like a powerful patron to people, you know? So there was a body, but didn't really do all the work for himself, you know? That's what kind of what you recall.
Right.
And there's probably more history to it, like the dragon may have been like resting from wounds from its prior fights or whatever, you know?
Right.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
And with the religion role, Brandai or Brandedai is a term that's not too common over here, but in Velstia's ancient history, and some of its non-so-ancient history, about 300 years ago, there used to be a class of warrior in Velstia that was a little more common than it is now, called dragon riders. And now they're very infrequent, and some of them can only be found in the Dragon Valley of the northern regions, you know, near Silbheim. But they used to partner with dragons, and in ancient history, Velstia used to fight on the behalf of some of the good dragon lords of the Draco Peaks, because Draco Peaks are essentially a warring territory of dragons, different lords, different courts of dragons, different family lineages. You know, there's always been like one Dragon King, but ever since like the Great Freeze, the Dragon King has not held on to the power that they once had. So there's factions of like more evil dragons, more metallic dragons that are rivals to the true throne and all that stuff. But Brandai does ring a bell because Brandai is like a scary story that comes from the Draco Peaks or from Atheland, funny enough. Because Atheland is like more of the home of dragons than Velstia really is. Velstia hugs the home of the dragons in a way. Brandai is, you believe, based on what you're recalling, a demon indeed, but a demon dragon, a spirit which all other dragons fear. He is what you believe to be like our equivalent of like the devil, you know, but for dragons. Like dragons are afraid of Brandai. And Brandai is a very, very like primal and evil figure in the dragon sort of religion. So, yeah, dragons in their own religion would see Brandai as a bad thing. Even the bad dragons would see Brandai as a bad thing. But with that 26, you also recall that going way back when, not way back, there was a period of time when Velstia fought some of the Dragon Lords and would hunt down some dragons that wronged it at the turn of the millennia in the year 1300 or 1301. You know, there was a period of time called the Dragon War, or you know, the Draconic Purge, as some people call it today, where dragonoid races and people were like oppressed as a result of some groups of dragons attacking Velstia, and it sort of spread a toxic sort of like mindset throughout the nation. During that period of time, there were always war legends and war rumors, and one of those from like a book you read in school for like a history part or something, right? It was of soldiers that spent winters in the high peaks of the Draco Peaks and stations and forts, and would hear rumors and legends from some of their dragonoid allies of a demonic spirit, an ancient demonic spirit that was summoned by an opposing faction of dragons to fight its battles for them, but they could not control the dark power and it consumed them. And that dark spirit was Brandai, or Brandedai. So, yeah, with 26, that's what you recall.
I don't think I remember something about it. I didn't recognize the term, the cult of the Brandedai, but I do recognize Brandai. That is let's think, in a most literal sense, they are a demon dragon, almost like a spirit in Draconic mythology in a sense. So, and even like almost all dragons do fear them, whether they're metallic, chromatic.
Yeah.
That is a widely feared presence.
So I guess it's not entirely impossible that the following would have popped up elsewhere.
And migrated.
I suppose. Also, to answer your question, it sort of, at the time it had a physical form, I would believe to have a physical form. However, it wasn't like other dragons where it would like fly in itself to take over it. It almost exclusively like conquered through its soldiers or emissaries or
Interesting.
avatars.
It doesn't act like a normal dragon at all. In fact, it poses that nature of the dragons, really.
No, it kind of sounds. Has anyone like seen it before? Because it sounds
There are
like
reports.
Because it sounds like someone is just faking it.
It's more of an older legend, but I don't know if it's physically truly a dragon. It seems to be more of a spirit or a manifestation of sorts. Might take on the form of a dragon.
That is
But
true.
it's-
Yes.
Very much rooted in old history and mythology.
A couple of you are familiar with a lot of dragon legends. They persist throughout all of Elstia because of its proximity.
Mhm.
You know, like there's always the one of like the first dragon, Mox or whatever.
Orthicton Mox?
No, that was the first dragon king. But there's of course the first dragon, which preceded all the dragons. You know, that the gods created. It said at the beginning of time to fight in their war, right? And just like all the Elder Mox, which is worshipped by a lot of dragons. This is the father dragon, basically, or the cinctured dragon. But in this case, it would make sense that dragons, in a way, have like a godly figure. Probably makes sense that they probably have like some sort of devilish figure in their faith, you know. So, yeah, you know, it could be a spirit of some kind easily. You know, it could be a legend or a group. Historically, depends.
But going back to the fact that we've already seen the mark reappear twice, it is concerning enough to.
Worry
I don't know why I've specifically come to tell all of you rather than, but I suppose I just felt the need to tell you all. And if you run into someone who's actually like has the mark and knows what it is, rather than the kobolds who had it, but I don't imagine they were they understood what it meant, or even if they had been turned by that, or if the cult had caused that, I don't believe that they were directly aware of it. But I suppose if you come into contact with someone who is aware, and they're not direct, if they attack you, then of course defend yourself. But if a fight can be avoided, at least as you are now, I'm not sure any of us, depending on who it were, I'm not sure any of us would actually stand a chance as we are.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, what makes a dragon scared?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully we won't have to run into them for a long time, if at all.
Oh,
But
don't
at least
say that. We're
good to have
gonna
the
come across them
information.
tomorrow.
Why? Why didn't you see undead gnolls with what? Because I feel like kobolds might make sense. You know, maybe they were getting into some weird. And then they turned into Fossick monsters along the way.
It seems like they'd been tampered with, or because there was like goo stuck in their throats.
So like the symbols were put on them by someone else.
Could I
Possibly.
make a perception check to see if either of them have come back by now?
Oh, like they're just
Make
like
a perception check.
The cult?
Well, actually, this would be investigation.
The what?
So-
Investigation.
Yeah, your investigation.
Yay.
In 2 days we were running at 2 colts.
14.
14. Godwin isn't back yet. The invisible Margaret, as you like looking around.
Yeah.
You don't think she's here right now.
everyone just start waving your arms.
Where are you, Margaret?
Where are you, Margaret? We're gonna find you.
Margaret, when I catch you, Ricky.
Margot.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
All you have to do is just all you have to do is silence like Marco, and hopefully they're dumb enough to say Polo.
Oh,
I was
crap.
making that exact joke, Stuart.
Don't
Don't steal it from me.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't know if we really have enough information to really
I mean, it might
formulate anything right
Well,
now.
it
but-
might just be something to pay attention to.
yeah.
At least for like them being manipulated in some way. I know there was like an old legend from back during the Draconic Purge about how some of the dragons might have tried to summon branded eye, but it couldn't control it. It almost kind of controlled them in some sense. Almost like a pseudo possession, not exactly.
So just big bad evil dragon.
Yeah, so you might have some way to some way to have control over others, whether mentally or physically.
Babed.
Sorry, cousin.
I will say that Babed is kind of a lame title.
They pointed to the sky. Babed.
It's a good code name, actually.
You just go.
Yeah, actually, if we ever want to talk about this, we should
It's
talk
just,
about the
oh
babed.
no, it's Babed.
That
So
is-
scary.
Oh no.
Sorry, cousin. Go
But
ahead.
that is my
Sorry.
best theory, though, is that it's mostly from rumors I've heard it, but he might have some physical or mental control over others.
And a bunch of kobolds under the city of Lestron.
Yeah, those people and that guy. You know.
I mean, it would make sense if it's a like, powerful figure wanting to gain power. Of course, the first thing they would do is try to get a hold of a like a species or whatever, a group. Well, not just that, but
It's
one
not-
that is so close to a source of power.
Yes.
Yeah.
The fossil.
Maybe that's why they were eating the Fossick.
Exactly. Something probably directed them to do it.
Babed was like,
Babed.
gain power.
This
Eat the
is-
weird crystals.
I feel this Babed name is going to last so long. We are never going to stop calling him Babed.
It's a good code name.
It's a good
Nobody
code
would
name.
know what we're talking about.
No one
We
will
just
know.
say-
They probably think that we're
Well, it's-
crazy.
I feel
So
like
either way,
we're going to say this. I can foresee a future where we actually have this will become our true problem, and that
The
we
babed.
are going to say it out loud in front of whatever figure this is, and they will kill us
Be
immediately.
so offended.
Oh,
Maybe they will be so shocked we can catch them off guard.
Yeah.
no.
About
Probably
now,
not.
from the doorway, you begin to hear.
Alright, which one is that?
Damn it.
Shh, it's not actually drops, it's rain. It's not feet, it's raindrops.
Oh, it's not actually-
It's not drops.
It's rain. It's rain. You hear drops at first that sound like footsteps or someone walking in wet mud, but then all of a sudden the rain starts coming down, and you
Ooh.
hear just thunder.
Oh.
I suppose we are in the.
I thought something
Yes,
happened
I
to
know.
Margaret.
No, at least we got
I am
Sorry,
gonna go like
Storm.
stand at the
There,
mouth
she's
and be
getting-
like, no coming back.
About that time anyway, you just see some like movement in the rain running towards you, and water splashing at the base.
Is that you, Margaret?
Yes, out of the way, out of the way! I'm all wet, I'm all wet.
Have you seen Godwin?
And she like slides past you, and like this invisible body reshapes and reforms as the water's just like splashing all around her.
We could like see, we like partially see her because like all the water is
Yeah,
just not there.
basically.
Shape water just.
Yeah, and she like
You.
she releases
Did you see
invisibility.
Godwin while you were out there?
He's not here.
No.
No.
He like walked out in the middle of the conversation.
Oh, what? Huh?
Should we go look?
No, I can locate him.
Hey,
Just give me a
Trevor.
second.
Is this like a metal thing we're inside of,
Yeah.
right? So if lightning strikes us, how is this very
Are we
conductive?
going to get
Nobody touched
There
the
is
walls.
dirt.
Is it like
there's dirt.
insulated?
There's dirt
There's
on the
dirt?
ground. I think that Clangor schnapps got me. that ever clear.
It's not even schnapps.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, one of the safest places to be is inside of like a car because it
Yeah.
hits
Just
it
don't
and then it
touch
goes
the
to the
walls.
ground.
Because it's attached to the ground, it's grounded. So as long as you're not like hugging the roof of the metal, maybe.
Okay.
you're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
we just don't want to touch the metal.
honestly, just stay away from the walls. You will be fine.
Speaking
How
of,
do you know that?
I think I know a way to test my conductivity.
No.
No! Sit down.
okay,
But how I know
I
I've
feel-
been in
yes.
many
I
storms
mean,
before,
maybe it's not.
seeing how my god
Maybe
is
we wait for
literally of lightning and water.
He's a storm chaser.
To have a drink.
All right, you've probably done struck by lightning once or twice.
I
in your time.
haven't been struck by lightning.
Oh, you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Okay, you alright?
Where is it?
I
I've
will
been
get
struck
out
once,
the
did
drink.
it twice.
You get up the drink.
What? Oh no, you share that with more people?
Yes, I am. I pull out my gallon-sized jug
You know
of
what's funny?
Clangor
Because
Everclear.
I'm just imagining
Holy
like those
shit.
giant like milk jugs.
Yeah,
Or
pretty
like
much.
the thing that the gallon teas come in.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
But it's in her hands.
It's big.
huge.
Gigantic.
There's some like goblin writing on the side, you know.
There's it's like fancy looking
Yeah.
goblin, like
Looking
writing on the
chef's
side.
Just a glass.
Maybe like that.
There's this glass.
little bit bigger.
Alright.
Looking outside, do we see Godwin?
You do start to see him approach. He'll
Godwin,
come to the doorway. He's like pushing the water from himself.
where did you go?
I just needed to clear my head on a walk. I was overwhelmed for a
Oh.
moment.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Are you gonna answer them?
Oh my god, hit the door!
This is not the time.
We can talk. Just let me dry. All right?
Let's start the fire
You'll get a
first.
drink.
Sure. Take the water out of his body.
We didn't really have time to get any firewood. Is there anything in here that seems like it can
There's
be?
some twigs, and there is some actual firewood that someone has placed here long ago.
Okay,
Oh, so
There's little pieces, so you can get kind of one going. I'll
Yeah.
say that.
go ahead. Prestige and get that started up.
Okay. If any of you checked in the back spaces that were covered
Here
deeper in this place?
There's some.
Not yet.
Oh no, not like that. Maybe.
If you do,
This
I was
is
gonna say be careful. But
this is made for like goblin constitution. It's a little
definitely
different.
take a small sip of that first.
Okay, just I guess a cup full or whatever.
Be don't you know?
I'll get I'll get a mug full.
how we
Make con save.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, oh, it feels like con saves. I take a.
Can I have advantage because I'm from Hollywood?
So
Sorry.
this is the most like rancid but powerful moonshine you've ever tasted. It's not something that would have gone in Teo. It wouldn't have appeared in Teo, so no, not in this case.
Okay, it's still 12.
Cloud Giant for a +2. Alright. Dirty 20.
Oh, Lord.
As you take a sip, like a flash of energy on like one of your like plates of metal, and a rune of giant appears as you sip.
he is
It hits hard. Both of you are like, either way, it's like a sting, like no other.
I just kind of.
Yeah.
This.
How bad does it stink?
Oh, it smells like cleaning supplies. But instantly, Michelle, your lips, your tongue, they feel like what it feels like whenever you change your shape. Like they get numb for a second usually, but now they're just numb and it's like fuzzy on your tongue and everything. Same thing for you, Chuck. But you feel a little less.
God.
It didn't hit you as hard.
Oh god.
What did you do actually?
Are you alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be fine. Just
You know what? I feel like in the future I mix this into other stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably,
Like,
It
I-
numbs your tongue.
I don't
It really
realize
does.
that other non-goblins are
I was alright.
so. I mean, you're fine.
You had
You're
to use
Chuck.
magic. We all saw that.
But like, I guess I don't realize how hard it hits other people. This
Can I try some?
sure.
Um,
Can I get some more?
Yeah, I
okay.
guess some.
All right.
If you take a second,
But
I'll
like
say,
after 2, I'm going to just say no more because I don't want us to like
25.
Oh, well, you make a con save as well.
get destroyed right now.
take it more.
Oh, the dirty 20.
30-20. So you almost feel like take you, but like, yeah, you like hold it there. You're like, okay. It hits. You're still okay.
Mm.
The DC did get higher in your second hit, but you guys both got a 20.
Yeah. Okay,
Plus.
I'm good.
That's
But that's it. That's it.
that's like lightning. Come on. Right outside the doorway.
Oh my god!
Oh! Oh
I
my
spill a little on the floor.
No!
Oh shit! It's.
The gods are laughing at us.
I'm going to
I'm laughing at
I'm
you.
gonna
Oh, yeah.
stop with this unless anyone wants a.
No.
No, I'm good.
No, I
Okay.
don't even know how you guys can stand the smell of that.
I do have a very sensitive nose.
Oh,
I
wow.
put it back like
Comedically into your bag.
Yeah, into my bag.
So, why did you leave Godwin? Because they were asking me about something called, what you call it, the third initiative?
Mm-hmm.
And me, Margaret's head kind of tilts and like she kind of smirks. They asked me that too.
I know you know something.
When we are both older than you, not old, but older.
Mm-hmm.
I
Not hard.
told Indigo this the other night, but I've recently turned 328. And Godwin here is into his next century. We always mess up his age because we can't remember exactly when the year he was born. If it was like the calendar.
How old were
the
you when
calendars
you
have
had
changed
sex
in
with
20
his
years.
father?
That's what I was actually questioning.
I needed a drink.
Do you want me to get the Everclear
No, it's
back
okay.
out? Okay.
What the hell is going
I'm
on?
pretty
Hey,
sure
but let's
we're pretty sure he's
come out,
212
yeah.
years old.
I mean, I guess if anything's
Okay,
going
so-
to bring out some
Is
interesting facts.
how are you? Oh, whatever. I'm not gonna actually.
Third
ask.
initiative.
So before you think about it too hard, the effects of the different elements and pollutants using during the war period changed a lot of bloodlines, and Godwin, his family and him had a bit of trouble with Agonor at some points. Lead, and it changed the magical structure. Scientists and biologists are a little confused on how it works still. We're still trying to understand the ramifications of the period. But Godwin is not aging like the normal half-elf in Hythea. There are some half-elf groups that
No, I
do
know.
live to around 300 sometimes, you know.
He does not seem like an old man, though.
No, he's not, and that's what we believe to be. I think it's better that we do explain exactly why we're on this route, Godwin, but I think it would only be acceptable if we also are honest with each other exactly what you are doing on this route and what you're heading to, you know. And I promise to answer honestly, and Godwin promises to answer honestly. He's like, I didn't say it. He promises to answer honestly. I promise to answer honestly, but we should have truth on both sides here. And we're a bit wary to explain some things like that. So, why are you on this route? Where are you going?
Well, see, we know a guy who knows a guy
Who
who knows
the
a
guy?
woman
A woman.
Who knows a
who knows a
dragon?
dragon who may have seen a ship fly over like a century ago. And we're looking for that ship.
Yep.
Oh. Wait, like a sky ship? Of course. A century ago?
Yes.
Or like-
Something like that, right?
Oh.
Roughly.
is this like
No, it was a
a...
metal collective.
No, it was a
It's
ship.
probably
Yes.
less than a century, but you know.
Give or take.
It would have been like 75 years ago.
That's
Do
interesting.
you know the ship?
No, but I'm familiar with some of the vessels of that time. Many were created. Many advancements were made in that time. Do you know the name of it?
Yes. How much do we want to at least say about
I mean, we're doing this
what
for
Pat
Pat.
has told us?
Did Pat tell you anything about
Pat didn't
this?
tell us anything except we were traveling the same route.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, we're doing it for Pat, so if that...
Some sort of
Yeah.
antiquity. Of course, you said it was an old ship or something
Yeah.
that you're like looking for. But its name may change how I answer.
Do we feel comfortable sharing that? Because Pat trusts them to come with us, but he didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, does Pat hate you?
But I don't think he hates them.
Well, can
No.
Okay, great.
What do you guys think?
I met Pat as a boy, like when he was very small. You know, like,
Is that before the Feywild?
yes.
Well, then I guess probably wouldn't be bad to tell them then. Consensus.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
it.
We are searching for the Edic Grace.
Alex Grace?
Edic's Grace.
Wait, did Pat tell you about what
No,
we're doing,
no.
or did he just...
Oh.
I kind of hurried off after I heard the direction.
Alright, well, we're telling Chuck, too.
Alright.
I see, that's a legendary vessel. Godwin nods in like understanding of that. So you search for the lost treasure of Alex Grace.
Pat
Yes.
does.
And
Unfortunately.
there has been recent rumors that there might have been a sighting of it.
A guy who knows a woman who
Me
knows a
and,
dragon.
me and Pat have some similar circles, and I think I've heard the same story. Didn't believe it to be true, because I figured a dragon had taken it down and dragged it into its hoard somewhere, but... who knows, maybe. Who knows? That's interesting.
I mean, that's what we're looking
Yes, we do
for, the
have a
dragon.
little bit more physical proof that it might be true, in fact.
Well, that's interesting. So you're going to go travel to a village somewhere?
Yes.
Into the mountains?
We are traveling nearby the Arbonage and going north from there to the mountains.
The Arbonage. That's dangerous. Well, you shouldn't go into those woods.
Well, that is.
We have a guide.
I do have a guide.
The guy
that is our
knows
mission.
the woman who
That was the dragon.
Oh, that's-
They're gonna help us.
That's right. I completely didn't remember that
You
you were
forgot the
talking to
guy.
a dragon.
Yeah.
Who knows the
Yeah.
woman who
It's
dragon?
not a great situation.
The rumors say it's a green dragon. Are you
Yeah.
guys sure about
we are-
that?
we are
Like,
there.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Take it up with Pat. We did.
He's always wild about his adventures. And though he had an entire plan to set out to sea to find one of the lost sea city ships of the sea people.
The sea elves?
I could regale you. Yes, I could regale you about stories. We don't really call them elves.
How about the
because
story of
we just
Third
call them the sea
Initiative?
group. You know how to pry at something. Well, me and Godwin, our acquaintances, of course, were traveling down this route. We were actually going to split up from you before you exited the boneyard completely, or the edge of the boneyard, because we were heading into there.
Okay.
And that is due to some things that in history were unresolved that I'm helping Godwin fix, as he has entrusted me as a long old friend to help him, as is what my teacher asks of me. I told Indigo, but I am a member of the Marta Frida clergy of Northern Vestia, the matron of the hereafter and servant to Everkin. And she calls upon me to help aid those in resolving the issues that they may have before they reach their end. And it just happens that I know this one, so it's a personal mission for me. And we are heading into the deep boneyard because, well, let me ask you this. If someone was trying to right a wrong that, like, they knew happened, would you allow them to do it? Or would you allow it to remain as a fester, or a wrong, so to say? Not forget it, but
Awfully vague.
I need an answer.
There's a lot of factors that go.
For the most part, yes.
Yes.
Of course, circumstances can make that different, but for the most parts, yes.
So,
We're generalizing it.
do each of you believe in, like, forgiveness of shame? Or something like that, or forgiveness of wrong? Like, giving someone a chance?
Yes.
Depends what the
Second
wrong is,
chances?
but for the most part, yes.
Well, if it depends on what the wrong is, then let's say someone assisted in a time period where there were only two sides and it was not on the winning side.
Okay,
But not
I
from-
feel like I'm getting what you're throwing out.
Yes.
I'm not.
But,
Sorry.
You're not from here.
but not me. As Godwin speaks out, decades ago, was a member of the Metallurgic Collective of the Velstian Holy Republic. And I have worked and continue to work to solve some issues of the past, or to help aid in the healing of the past. But my friend here has taken a chance on me to help me improve the lives of the current, so the toxins and the pollutants and the thorns of the ancestors and the people that come before you do not harm you, as it is the responsibility, I believe, of those who come before to help better the world for those that come after. I did not always have the same mindset, but my friend found me once again, and she's aiding me and doing such a thing.
Can I roll insight on sincerity?
You may roll insight on sincerity.
Wow, that was a net one. Can I also?
It's hard to tell. There's a lot of thoughts in your head right now,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah, you can roll insight.
Yeah.
I want to insight, not Godwin. I want to see how Indigo's feeling right now. What's their like, reaction to
Roll
this?
Insight, I guess.
17.
17. Godwin has a lot of words in his head right now, and he's trying very, very rightly to say the best thing he can without like sounding too like emotional. But at the same time, there's emotions playing into his like language right now. You don't sense any insincerity. Like he's sincere, you
Yeah.
think, yeah. But he's definitely trying to talk carefully because this is a touchy subject.
Can I stealthily cast detect bots?
14.
14. What's going on in your expression zone? Well,
Right now, she's just like studying Godwin,
you can
trying to determine.
you can roll stealth to cast this closely because it has a verbal component, right? Or does it not? If not, it's sleight of hand.
Probably I would be like humming.
I will say Rosalie's actively paying attention to you as well.
19.
19. You do so.
I will
Detect
say,
thoughts on Godwin.
I will say, you have a lot of guts, and to try to at least do something to fix what you have done, or at least were a part of. It's very noble of you.
I thank you, but I still don't feel like I deserve any admiration. I think this is a process I will continue to go down as the martyr has taught my friend here, and as she teaches me. It is a life of healing, not a life of simple fixes.
Well, I mean, if you stay stuck in a rut your entire life and you don't do anything, then it's all for nothing. So you should take pride that you're trying to do something.
I will try.
I mean, it's better than that than die, useless.
At least for me, it's harder to accept myself as I am now versus I can't yet be happy or have a moment of happiness. And it's not that I decide not to. Like I said, I'm trying to better the situation.
Yes?
Her music says otherwise.
He pulls out a knife.
Right.
I have to
He
stop
pulls
the
out
third
a-
initiative.
No third
I'm trying to
initiative.
better the situation.
I'm trying to better the situation.
By
and you know
killing
too
you.
much.
You know too much. Pulls out a garrote.
So what do I
Stop,
know
stop,
from
stop.
listening to his thoughts?
You hear many different things in his thoughts. Will they kill me? Will they kill me in my sleep? What will I do? What should I say? Can I really say anything at all right now? You'd have to go a little bit deeper to get some facts. You'd have to make that push. But right now he's very careful about what he's wanting to say and what he doesn't want to say. Pretty much.
Would I have noticed her casting at all since I was actively
I rolled a
studying her?
19 and you rolled a 14.
That was for insight.
What do you get as your passive insight? Or
Passive insight is definitely not a
expressive
19.
perception? I mean, if you have no 19s, probably not. Not investigation in this case, I think. What is your passive investigation?
I think it's like 16.
Yeah, in this case, no. However, he continues, there is a part of me that knows that this situation, this battlefield, was not only by my hand, but as a mere part of it, a cog in the machine, I guess, or a piece of the engine, as we used to all say. But yes, years ago I was a martial engineer of the Metallurgy Collective. Not a high rank, but enough to know and have decision. And since that time, I think it has to be around 60 years now, I've learned to see what wrong I did. And I was here on this battlefield, it was 60 or so years ago, and I'm looking for my wrecked Hulk out there. And my friend is helping me to find it, as it's a part of my steps. There is little I can say without being upset about. I saw what happened during that time, I know, but I was only in the Holy Republic, the Velstian puppet of the Metallurgy Collective, not out in the world, but I heard what was happening, and I do have the feeling of. He pulls off one of his black gloves, is like crafter gloves he always has, and he pulls them out and he shows you his hand, and you see his hand is like he has pale but tanned complexion. Like his skin would probably be pale, but now it's like sunburned and tan. But his hand on his skin looks like it's ash, like it looks gray and black, and his skin is flaking, like it's burnt, like it's a 3rd-degree burn, but it's all like soot. Yeah. And you can see as he moves his hand, it does crack like stone. And you can see creases where, if he squeezes his hand hard enough, like blood begins to like drip from his hand a little bit. This is one symptom that can occur, or one scar that can occur from Avenor poisoning, or the lead disease from the miasma that the collective used during the war. And not only the innocent were caught in the smoke, and not only the fighters of the other side, but sacrifices were always made in the collective. You'd have pretty streets and pretty cities, but its war wasn't pretty, as it never was. It never is. And he shows it the other hand. This is the hand he was casting for the other day. This is not blackened skin. No, this is a metal hand. It is it's a metal arm, basically, you know. You can see the hand itself, but on the top of it is a plate that looks like brass or something, or like copper, and that plate has like a runic writing all over it. And that you realize that now that's probably his focus, like his arcane focus is attached to his hand.
Not the same hand. Out of character.
No.
The same hand, guys. We kill him and take it.
You want the arm? This,
Need a hand?
It's just a hand to be like here, like
yeah. This is
No!
he has a hand at the end of his elbow.
Oh god.
This is my other thing I cannot remove from my body. It is a augmentation of the collective that is specifically attached to my form, and a scar that I will also carry. And every time I look at my hands, I'm reminded about my duty that I still have to do. But besides me, the Alex Grace, I have heard of that ship.
I want to dig deeper
Go ahead.
on what his feelings are on his involvement,
Roll the roll.
Like,
Yeah,
past
Isn't it a
and
save?
present.
it's a save fight from him, I think.
Oh yeah, so you
Yeah.
make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Yeah, that's 21.
Yeah, that saves.
Oh shit.
Doesn't he also now know that you're prying into his
Hang on, I'm
thoughts?
reading.
oh boy.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, the target knows that you're probing his mind.
Oh my god.
You sense it, all of a sudden, tone shift.
His eyes turn black, so he gazes at you and he pulls out a gun.
No, you started aggro.
He can also make a check against me if he wants to try to end it.
He doesn't push. He realizes someone's pulling through his brain, but at this point, I don't think he's willing to figure out
Yeah?
exactly who's pulling through his brain.
That's what I was.
You're seeing his war flashback right now.
you see some of his war flashbacks very
No,
easily.
I can't see it because he's succeeding.
But you do see some of the thoughts he allows you to see, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you do see immediately when he talks about Alex Grace, yeah, the tone does shift. You, in your mind, see different things that he has seen before. You see burning fields, massive people made of metal on fire, covered in oil. You see people running to the hills as the ground scorches fire faster than them. You see people choking on smog. You see a dust that glitters like gold but has black smoke texture to it that covers the lungs and fills the blood, and magic spasms out of control. You know, you see horrors of the war, what the machine power that came from the machine god's magic could produce. And you do once again, in someone else's mind, witness exactly what miasma looks like. That black smoke with glitters of gold. And you do swear you see a figure that reminds you of the same machine you see in your nightmare. A massive iron angel of sorts, steel angel. But he continues. The Alex Grace was one of the powerful ships. Well, it was the fleet ship, the flagship of the Northern Sky Black Cloud Fleet. It was led by a very prominent admiral, a very famous admiral, who was in charge of securing all the treasures of the world and collecting them to take them back to the reliquaries of the mothership. You may have heard in some of your history lessons, or some of you may not be aware, but the collective's headquarters, the collective's main position, where its authority, where the spiritual leaders were positioned, they had taken over one of the sea cities, the COs, the massive floating ships on water of buildings the size of a city, and they had converted it into a moving home, and the admiral was collecting the pieces for that to take them back. But going to the mountains was a mistake. Many of us would talk about this later after we learned about what exactly they were doing. But the dragons were always at war most of the time with the collective and its forces, and we thought for certain they would take the ship or destroy him, but the fleet was powerful and it had a few other ships with it, so it could easily take down dragons. It had done so before. It was one of the most advanced sky ships of the time. Then no one heard about the ship being bolstered by any dragon that had claimed it. And we all became a little curious, because usually a dragon claims its conquest or declares it, and the ship never appeared in history again. There's another reason why a lot of people don't fly with the Draco beaks. It's the reason why skyships can't get you across to northern Velstia from here. The winds that pick up there, the great gales, the storms, called the Giant's Breath, they'll sweep you down to the ground and crash you against the stone. So this was daring, but the legend goes that they thought they knew the location of the tomb of the long since dead Dragon King. They were hunting for the tomb of Ulf Iltan Mox, the same dragon in legend that apparently taught mortals magic. So they took the risk and didn't turn up. That's all I know of the ship. The fourth initiative? Or the third initiative? Sorry. Yeah,
Is there a fourth
No,
one?
there's not.
The fourth edition.
It's right here.
They go, no.
The third initiative. That was a horror story some of us told each other the last days. I was... Oh yeah,
The
music.
music.
I was liberated from that mindset and my cause imprisoned and put to trial. That all happened before the collective was completely gone from the world, but there were still rumors of a third initiative in the late years. In the last 8 or so years. A few years after the second had begun. Where it was just stories around the fire. Just scary stories. We didn't want to go to another fight. By this time, we had become so grizzled and horrified by the flames that could burn upon flesh on the ground, or the flames that could appear whenever you... It doesn't matter now. You can just see on the surface of his mind more of those horrors. Fire the color of green. Fire that's toxic and burns, sticks to your skin and poisons you. You can see images of light, beams of light, like sunlight peering through a cloud that could turn someone into a solid structure of stone, could petrify them with a gaze of light. The Metallurgy Collective always made machines in the form of monsters that people feared. The anatomy was a good stencil to use for designs. You can see some of the ruins. Right now we sit in a body type that was developed to look like a massive war beetle. But the third initiative was apparently when they were going to replace us with real fighting machines. Things bred and built for combat and grown to destroy. Things that didn't have to take commands or didn't have to be built, but could be produced at I don't know. But it was a horror story. I didn't believe it was a thing. It was just supposed to be the last step in ensuring that no one stood against the collective again, or at least that's what I think. Because the first initiative was coming out of the shadows. The second was toppling the rest of the governments that didn't fall. And the third would be stomping out any opposition ever again. That's what I remember from those campfire stories. Margaret sort of puts a hand on his shoulder, but not like a pity or like not necessarily comfort either, but like a solemn like respect for speaking, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why we're traveling in here. We're going to find his old vehicle, as he was
a martial engineer, which means he could connect to one of these vehicles and use some powers of his mind to effectively drive it. More complex than I could imagine, but something powerful enough to
It's my fault.
do as much destruction as possible, I'm sure. But we are looking for his old uniform and armor.
So since he hasn't booted me out yet, can I try again to but I want to see like a specific like one of these stories, you know? Like I want to see if I can find that in his mind.
As you push harder into his mind, he rolled an 18.
Yeah, that saves.
It's pretty spicy rolls over here,
It's
man.
not spicy. Even if it doesn't know directly who's doing it, he probably has a good idea.
Yeah.
You're the one
Yeah,
who's
she's
putting
kind
it
of
on.
like boring into him right now.
It's really funny because Achel also has mega beef with the Metallurgic Collective, but she's just like, they don't know that.
As he sits there for a moment, he feels it. He speaks up. If you probe deeper, I can just tell you what you want to hear.
What are you talk?
The collective subjected us to mind magic to train some of its higher engineers, and I can feel it when someone's messing with my mind more easily than some, and someone wants to know a story or something deeper, and I can just tell you some of the horrors if you really want to know. I can tell you how they could strip a mage of its magic, could tear out the organs that allowed them to produce spells and put it into something else. I could tell you how they built people made of metal that all had one mind, and then after the war they all gained their own minds. I could tell you how they burnt a city to the ground just to get at the lead under the earth. It was efficiency, progression, and productivity in the coldest sense. No faith could keep your mind away from those horrors.
I know.
That's another thing with faith. You know, Alex Grace is named after one of the saintly figures of the faith, Alec, the angel of conduction. There are 3. Each figure is said to be an emissary of the machine god, but each figure was said to have a body made of the faith of the collective. So, I only was all depictions, but some had flesh of steel that seemed to curve and bend with magnetism. Some were trapped in rooms that electricity could keep in. Like, there's only, I don't know how to explain it. But nowadays, I only see the faith as a construct created to serve the means. I'm sure that these emissaries were just built by the collective, literally.
What kind of materials would they be made of? I know you said steel and electricity. If you don't have to answer it,
No,
I
will tell you. If you ever see these things, you might as well know. The collective discovered 3 holy metals of the world. Well, technically 4, but these metals only started appearing once the machine god arrived in this world. Once the cascade of the period of time known as the cascade began. Once that emergence, or as the faiths nowadays call it, the 4th emergence, had begun. These materials had appeared just like Fossick, in the ground, or in other areas. There's crypt copper, there's blood iron, there is serene silver, and the 4th that was already here was agonor, lead. But these 3 metals were used and were synonymous with the angels, the worshipped emissaries of the god. If I can find it somewhere near. Oh, I have it somewhere right here. I think. Yes, there we go.
Detect thoughts is a concentration spell, right?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
There was 3 spirits the collective created, and Alex Grace is a ship named after one of them, because there was 3 main flagships. Alec is actually a spirit of conductance, an avatar of energy, lightning, power, electricity, all that. Could vaporize a man with a glare. There was the angel of ignition. Heretic. Sometimes we'd call him the erratic angel, but you can see now on the surface level of thoughts, there's almost like flashbacks to like people and faces around a campfire, like fellow people in war, fellow soldiers at the side, you know, talking. And then there was the devil of attrition.
The what?
The devil of attrition.
Attrition.
A devil-like being that was channeled and summoned, and the faithful used to burden the enemies of the collective. Koromat. I wasn't ever a part of the clergy. I didn't ever dabble too much in the faith, but there were always rumors that, of course, I believe that the collective built these spirits, literally built these celestial creatures, these devils, and gave them body on Hyphea. Some others thought they were traitors of another god that switched to the side of the machine god. I don't know. Of course, during the later initiative, there was things called celestials. Literally weapons built in the form of emissaries, angels, demons, devils. Horrible things. There were only ever a few made because the resources were too much. I, as a martial engineer, had access to a lot of the military reports and material reports. He seems to finish. He seems to just roll in his own thoughts. And now you understand why we are doing this and where we're going.
Yeah. It was really comprehensive.
Really heavy stuff too.
It is.
Yeah. But life is nothing but trials until death. And I'm helping him through his trials right now. Well, shall we sleep?
Some bedtime story.
Yes, truly.
I did want to ask one thing, but it's something that I can ask later.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
I'll take the first watch.
I'll take second.
Don't we want to have more than one
You-
person?
I'm going
I'll
to.
take first watch with you then.
Okay. There's one entrance, so I'll just keep my eyes that way.
I'll take the second.
Okay.
Dadwin, I was the one probing your mind.
Goblin looks up towards you. I appreciate you
I'm gonna
telling me.
roll up my sleeve.
His eyes kind of like widen in surprise and shock. Not recognition, just surprise and shock. Are you a warforged at that time?
No,
So you're not from that time?
no.
Oh. That. Can I take a closer look? You see this intrigue that is clinical, but heavily like interested. You know. Yes.
I'm just gonna say I watch him.
Okay. You watch him closely.
Now that he's like,
Yeah.
Also, Chuck still has no clue about that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a real Chuck too.
Like, after you told us your stuff, I'm like, we can tell you about these two. And it's like, nope.
This is more complex work than any warforged of the war period.
Can I pull Chuck aside and I just?
I was gonna
input
say I
him?
can just keep watch with you for the second watch.
Okay, cool.
There were some constructs that had less of a mind, that were less sentient, that had some make like this, but some of these pieces are too complex, too advanced. Oof. He pauses for a moment, thinks. Are you the third initiative?
That was my question.
I figure you might know.
No.
I don't know. But you're more complex than any fabricated person I ever worked on. It's someone of skill, and there are some that I don't know that are still around from that period that fall on the other side. And sometimes I meet them. Sometimes we talk.
Do you know anyone named Aldrich Andrix?
Andrix. I have no idea of that name. But if he's some upstart artificer or material working engineer, it's no doubt that he probably is familiar with some groups. You should check Umberlin or some of the tinkerer guilds in the cities. They may be familiar with this name. If he built you, he must have knowledge beyond any field engineer. This is clearly the work of the high engineer. It's way too complicated, way too complex. This is straight from the temples of steel.
Does that mean that they're still trying to restart the war?
I don't see how anyone could join that side. It has to be some sort of small group or working in the shadows. Governments are pretty thorough about making sure that idea doesn't spread anymore.
He is part of a weird club of secret artificer
Probably
that
someone.
he just told how to make things like me.
Someone probably that
Oh.
idealizes the concepts of the Metallogic Collective without understanding the true danger of some of its ideals. I have only witnessed machinery this complex in the Celestials. So something like this, some sort of like engineering skill like this, had to have come from the mothership. Had to have come from the Temple of Steel. I'm sorry, but I don't understand how some of this works. What is your power source?
Take my shirt off.
Oh. He sees into the chest area. Peers at the object. What is there?
It's a magic item that belonged to Asha, the Luna Weaver.
Now this was just theoretical before. What did you say? The Luna Weaver? The Ashborn. I thought it was funny, a bard with an ocarina with stars on it. Are you a descendant of hers? Well, I don't understand how this works. There was always ideas of magical items drawing power from the eternal magic of enchantment, but it never functionally worked all the time.
Seems like it.
The cores of a Warforge were... yes, but I'm talking about, like, it didn't make sense mathematically. The cores of a Warforge are very, very specific. They're connected to the continuous aether of magic. This has to be on its own, isolated, which separates you from any sort of network of magic.
Speaking of the core, how exactly do Warforges tend to interact with Fossick?
It's very dangerous. Not being too careful, if the Fossick comes in contact with the core, it could cause a sporadic disruption in the internal senses. It could change the mind of the person. It could change the personality. It could completely flip them, do something wild. Sometimes it could activate latent power or just kill them. Have you come in contact with Fossick before?
Yeah.
She started glowing.
Did it hurt?
No.
Did anything happen?
It felt like I had like a human heart for a little bit.
Their eyes also faintly glowed with lines going through it.
That doesn't sound exactly like artificery. Sounds like necromancy to me, or divination. So, I can't help you with that, but someone of the actual faith with engineering skills might know something. Someone of the machine gods, new pacifist faith, might know something. Because there was always a second group. There was the engineers, that were purely artificers, and there were the worshippers that worked in faith and science. And somehow they made it mingle, and I don't understand that, but they probably know something.
Put my shirt back on.
Well,
Careful who you show that to. You don't want people to get some crazy idea in their head.
You don't have any crazy ideas in your head, do you?
I'm blown away. I don't even understand how to think. I don't even know how to think about this.
I'll just wait till I tell you that I'm slime. I'm kidding.
I'm going to rest and maybe it'll come to me. Maybe an idea or a memory. I don't know.
Well,
We'll take third watch.
I was going to say that I could also
okay.
watch together.
Well,
I'll take a watch with Chuck.
Chuck watch.
Chuck what?
Info dump on Chuck.
So as you guys begin to settle down, first there will be Margaret and Kaizen on the first watch.
Before like everyone goes to bed, I'll ask to borrow the bag of holding.
Alright. Here.
Thank you.
Okay.
And at least for this a small part of this watch, I do want to quickly just use the alchemy jug and in a bag of holding and get some acid out of it. And I do want to at least put together some of my little flasks I was planning on.
Okay. Did you ever figure out the ignition for them?
For now, no. It's just gonna be through magic.
Okay. Okay, so basically something to dispense the material. Okay.
Basically, it's only to be thrown either magically ignited or some other way.
And it will splash oil and
Acid.
acid. Okay. Yeah, you could start working on them on your short rest. You can't really make a perception check in that case if you're working on it.
It shouldn't really be long because I can skip getting I can just get the acid. It shouldn't take too long, but it's just.
Well, no, it's gonna take a little while because you have to make sure it actually sticks properly. You have to make sure it's
Are you just
sealed.
doing the acid or are you building it right now?
I thought you were building the vase with the vial with all the liquids in it and sealing it. Yeah, that'll take some time because you have to be delicate with all that.
No.
Yeah.
Especially since you've never done it before.
Yeah, this is the first time. It's gonna take a while.
I might just do that tomorrow morning then.
I mean, you could do it on this. You can do it in these this 2-hour watch period. You just you can't watch basically.
There's one door, so you'll probably be alright.
Okay.
That's fine then.
Okay. And how many pots did you have again?
I have a few, but I only have enough to make 3 right now.
Okay. Well, as you'll be doing this, well, right now, since you're just starting out, we'll say for this first time you'll finish 2 tonight. You have to test it out first. You get the first one done, and then you have the system set up. But it is delicate. It is adhering the clay to the vial so it doesn't slip out. Making sure it's sealed properly. But yeah. Okay. Margaret will just watch the door. So that was pretty heavy stuff.
Kaizen actively making bombs.
Bombs, like...
No, just one arm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It seems to be one thing after another with this group.
Well, I hope you don't hold it against him if he's trying to improve the situation.
No, I don't. What happened in the past, that can't be changed. What's happened has happened.
Yes.
At least for now, he's doing something about it. Whether or not he wants to see that as something admirable or not, in some sense it is. There's probably many out there who lived out or are living out their lives without doing anything or hiding from it.
Many of the collective were humans, and so a lot of them have died, but people often forget some of the people are still around. So the scars are still there, still felt. So you're making weapons?
In a sense, yes. I might be a wizard, but there's always chances that I might not always have my magic, or at least have access to it.
Oh.
Agonor exists, I might be out of spells. I want to have a way to defend myself if I don't have it. Or even be able to use other weapons or objects to amplify my own magic.
Those could be useful going deeper into this boneyard. There's still some cartridges of miasma out there that can pop when you least expect it. Horror stories of wizards choking and being infected and not being able to make it out.
Yes.
It's a horrible thing. And she looks over towards Godwin. You know what it does to the body, right? It doesn't always stop the magic.
Doesn't always stop, but...
It prevents your body from interacting with any magic, which can be useful in some cases. But it also stops your blood flow after a while.
can cause your heart to fail, can turn your bones brittle. It could just kill you outright. Depends.
Never quite know how it will interact.
Indeed. So, you heard I'm 328 years old. What did you want to ask me?
It wasn't exactly ask you, but it's asked the both of you in a sense.
Oh, I assume that's why you wanted to do watch with me.
Not fully. Part of it was I was wanting to sit here and watch the rain and the weather.
It does pour outside every once in a while. Lightning flashes outside. You swear the wind almost sounds like a scream or a yell or a giant. Just like a, just like a hiss and a
Chuck,
growl.
stop snoring.
Yeah. Yes, the rain is powerful. And the storm is powerful. Reminds me of the court magician herself.
Yeah, a little bit.
I assume you're a fanboy.
In a sense, yes.
What young mage isn't, right?
Not really a fanboy, but I admire what they do and plan to get there myself.
You don't collect the merchandise.
No. Not a big fan of the merchandise myself.
You're a rarity. Some people collect all the merchandise, especially with some of the mage battles coming up. I assume you might, Oh, wait. I thought I recognized that. Points to the Amulet of Ambition. That was a gift from the group, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
You're trying to become an archmage, or the archmage.
Trying to.
You believe you can?
I think I can. As long as I don't get myself killed along the way.
That's what we call sensible arrogance. I've met quite a few mages in my time who thought they could be archmages. What makes you different? Besides using a scroll.
I'm like throw something at you.
Besides using the scroll around your waist, what do you think makes you different, honestly?
Somebody.
There's a lot of times, whether it was in college or meeting other mages, they never thought to go further. They always thought just to learn magic, not to experiment with it. Not to be passionate about it, but to simply use it to get where they want to go. The goal itself was...
Hey, Rosalie, shut the fuck up.
I think Rosalie held some of that.
It's probably our asthma acting. Yeah. But I understand that pushing magic further, you know.
A lot of times people just use magic for whatever goals they have, or as a means to an end. They don't truly study magic itself, or wish to learn more about it, or push what's possible.
Oh, absolutely. You know, a lot of the fights, a lot of time after the fights of the war, and when the machine god arrived in the world, there's all those theories about magic changing, and new things being possible, and new powers coming to the surface, you know, new spells, new things like that. Well, that's all real. There's new magic out there, there's new spells that can be created. There's new things that weren't possible before. The arrival of a new god apparently changes a lot.
Yes, it did. But I tend to go, at least try to get further than anyone else has gone. Find out what the limits of magic are. We'll learn what's both old and new.
I see. You want to know something interesting?
What?
I see she kind of gestures to your holy symbol. I see your faith. Are you a practitioner? Are you actively worshipping?
Yes.
The Arcanist faith is a unique one. I have traveled all over the world, and there are some ancestral worship faiths. There are some faiths that worship saints, of course, but there are very few that worship specifically and strictly the Archmagi. Specifically, well, people that were once mortal. And who might still be mortal. Who may have never become celestials or spirits or whatever. Do you have faith in the Archmagi? Do you believe that they were actually supernatural beings?
It's hard to say. You can never truly know.
Or what do you believe?
some sense, yes. Maybe not truly celestial, as in the gods. But magic itself is almost an artifact of the gods, in some way. It is a power that was beyond our reach for the longest time. And for anyone to get access to it, even reach it, must take some level of some innate power.
Do you believe that the Imperial family are the descendants of Velnia?
That one I have no clue on at all.
What do you believe? I didn't ask you what you know.
They certainly have unique traits. Very gifted with magic. It's very possible they are.
But you don't believe.
Not fully. There is something. I can't tell you what. Something seems off about it. Maybe they're adjacent to the family. Maybe there is some connection there. But there's something that is hidden.
Well, want to know something interesting?
Sure?
I'm the Archer. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding with you. I'm joking with you. No, my father, he was a well-practiced mage in his time. He met Astakor.
Oh.
He would have been younger than I was now, but I'm 328 years old. My father, the day he died, was in his late 400s. Maybe a little bit later than that. But before he was very young. I can't remember how old he was. It's so weird. Time flies and you forget that days aren't years and weeks aren't months, and soon you forget ages, and he feels so young in my head, my father. But he was so ancient. Yes, but he claimed to have met the man and worked with him for some time. He was in the court of the Imperial family when they were at their highest power, when they had the most people, when basically everyone in the city of Velin, if they want a servant, they were a rich royal or a member of the court. And he often said that the man Astakor seemed puzzled. Always puzzled. Always puzzled by a new problem. Always worried about the next problem not having a solution. Like he was always playing a game in his head. The next scramble of words. But it was that drive and that hunger to find what wasn't understood that perhaps got him to his highest point. My father wasn't sure if the man truly became some sort of other powerful being. My father moved himself away in his later years and never got to see Astakor before he died, but he tells some interesting stories about Archmage, the second Archmage. That's crazy. Now, I've visited Velin and the Imperial Court once or twice. I have my own opinions about the Imperial family. But, those are just opinions. I think you could do it, cousin. I think anyone could do it. As long as you really, really try. It takes a lot, and there's a lot of danger. And mages often forget, especially wizards, our magic is draconic, most of it. It changes how we think. Some people think that's just a theory, but I know it to be true. Greed is built in. Pride is built into the magic. It's emotional. Magic is connected to emotions more than people realize. So, be wary. It's a constant battle. And other mages will absolutely try to kill you.
Absolutely. I'm well aware magic is dangerous in the first place.
White gloves can often hide the bloodstains underneath. Keep that in mind.
Alarms going off in your head.
Yeah.
Was that about white gloves?
White glove. What'd you say?
Did you say white gloves?
Did you say white gloves?
I think I'm going to
You wanna
just
do that?
sit here.
I
And,
was like, what did I miss?
but that's my advice for you.
Thank you.
Of course.
And perhaps I know that at some point you said Godwin was an artificer of sorts.
Godwin? Oh, he's still an artificer. He still has some of his magical capabilities.
You did say that, and I kind of hold like one of the finished ones I'm finished making, that these might be useful going in later. Might be able to make some more and share some with you.
Perhaps before we depart, we'll talk about it.
Yes. My thoughts on some, at least ideas how to improve it a little bit. I might understand how to make something simple like this, but
I'm sure he can give you advice. Don't you worry.
of course.
Don't worry. Well. And she'll just sort of relax into herself for the rest of the watch. Next watch. And we can actually just like go through these because like there's not really a danger with a natural 20 survival check.
Yeah.
But if you want to RP, you can.
Pause.
Yeah.
Recording.
Oh, yeah.
Ball?
We forgot
Stop.
to stop the recording and restart.
Before we do anything else, does anyone want to RP anything?
Yes.
Today? Okay, I just was asking. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? No, you fall asleep. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
It's the second watch.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell Chuck everything. But like,
Flavor.
okay.
Would Margaret have woken him up? Or would I have?
Oh, I mean, yeah, you could have if you want. Yeah.
Does it matter?
What were you gonna say?
It's like a very small detail depending on who woke them up.
I mean, Margaret doesn't have to sleep right now, but she's going to start her trance right now. So,
No.
yeah, you woke her up.
Alright. Doesn't matter then.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
No, it would have been a detail you would have noticed if Margaret had woken you up instead.
Margaret woke up Chuck because he's the biggest man I there. He's the largest man I there.
All right. Well,
Hey, wake up, big
just just thought I'd let you know if you know, catch you up on a few things. I'm sure you're confused.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely. It's only been like a day since I left.
And then everything changes. Feels like it's been months, right? But anyway, just to let you know, I'm not gonna go into too much detail. You can imagine. So first off, Indigo and I are not human.
Right.
Indigo is not a warforge, but not like a full machine either. She's like half and half. Like she's got some organic parts, and then she's like also got some gears in her, you know. And she's being powered by a magical item that belonged to like this lady that was really, I don't even know if she's good or bad or something. She was just a lady from like the Metallurgic Collective or fighting against. I'm guessing for. I don't know. I never asked and I don't know. So you can ask her yourself about that. I probably should ask her. Anyway, part 2, which is more important, I'm kidding, is that I am something called a peragine, which, for lack of a better term, is what people imagine when they think of a changeling. But changelings aren't actually like truly real-ish. It's just a bunch of shape changes. That go by different names, different flavors, etc. I can turn into objects. That's kind of strange. Yes, I know. I didn't find that out until literally a few days ago.
Alright.
Like literally right after you left, I found that out, and it was horrible. I want you to know that, because I turned into a chair, and then instinctively in the battle we had last night, I turned into a shield because I was frightened. So there's that. I can also just shape change in general to different
Is it-
peoples.
Just like amorphous shape change, or can you change like your physical properties? Can you like?
I'm not
Just-
sure about that part. That's what I was talking with Kaisen earlier about it. Of what if I am holding a certain number of, say, copper or whatever? Would I ping as copper if I turned into, I don't know, a plate or something that was made of copper or looked like it? I don't know that, but we'll test it out at some point. I wanted to at least. And just to clarify, this ring that I had, that I said allowed me to change shape. It's just designed to ping
Right.
as an object
Okay.
that lets me change shape. And I have been going off of the idea that I say that my patron allows me to do different things and also makes me more liquidy, I guess, because I made a deal with Amari, So, also, yes, my base form is not. It's something akin to this. And then she does turn into her, gooey form completely, which is just essentially solid white, all white, but more way more rubbery looking, but also wet, gooey, her entire face, it doesn't look like hair anymore. It's just water that's permanently stuck in a flowing thing. It's all one piece, one giant eye on the side.
Jelly and shell.
Well, I appreciate you
I
trusting
open
me
my
with-
eyes.
No. Yeah, just, and then she de-transforms back. Yes. I found that out. So, when I didn't find it out, I just finally accepted that. So,
Well, I appreciate you trusting me with this.
yes, I feel it's only natural because one, you did help save, all of us, my life, etc. And you have quite the I would say also shape-changey secret-esque thing that I will keep for
Oh
you.
yeah. That.
Because not you really are the largest man in Iberia. And I wonder if I practiced enough. If I could do that too. Because then she transforms into Chuck. It is
Like
just imagine.
most of the internal structure is just air, but yeah, it works.
Yeah. When she changes back to a shell. Ah. Yes. Anyway, what else did I... Oh yeah, Kaizen told us how he lost his arm. He made the mistake. And he stole a family heirloom or something. And he read it and he thought he recognized words or something. And he was like, oh, that's a spell. And he casted it and he lost his arm and half of his house or something. Luckily, I don't think he didn't imply any of his family died or something, but he did it in a bedroom. So, was not very safe about that. I believe he has a very bad habit of exploding. He needs to be safer about that. I don't know how I feel about him making bombs. I think he's mentioned that. I don't know how I feel about that.
All the
actually,
balls playing out.
That scares me a little bit.
Nice. I mean, to be fair, they may just end up being duds, so...
That is right.
Because they're sleeping next to explosives.
Like, you see the red and white wires poking out.
Oh gosh. Oh, Rosalie got this weird vision from this lady, this fish lady that we talked to in the city, and that's where we got all these magical items. I got my armor. She points back there to the armor because I'm not wearing it. I remember what you said last time. But yeah, it's over there, and then we got a few items. We also bought an abyssal pearl. Well, Kaizen bought an abyssal pearl, which is this giant pearl thing that was She mentally thinks and it turns into the pearl.
You're a little bit bigger. You're a bowling ball sized pearl, but yeah.
So I figured I haven't used it for the day, and
Yeah.
why not?
I'm gonna try, while you're in the form, to just pick you up to see if you weigh less. Or if you're still if you maintain your...
Well, you never felt the original.
Well, does it weigh as much as a person would? Or...
It has a heft to it. I'll definitely say that.
Because I will say, Trevor,
Mhm.
in the rules it says I can change my weight.
Yeah. I'm
So-
just saying he's never felt the thing before, but it has a heft to it that it wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a bowling ball. Congrats.
Yeet. Throws into the rain.
And
Wait,
she
actually-
transforms if you let her go, whatever. So kind of like that. And see what I mean? I can turn into things. Anyway,
Sorry, I was just trying to see if you could just stay in your own form and just make yourself like
Lighting
10 times
thunder,
heavier
some
to just
effects.
crash through something.
That is a good idea. I'll bookmark that. But anyway, opened up the Abyssal Pearl because that one, and that one. She points to all the people. Did like a ritual,
I got this.
the magic-y ritual, and then just this, it cracked open and this like aberration came out, and it had like 13 eyes or something, and it was like disappeared, and it came back briefly. And then we didn't realize it was going to just give us like a positive thing. We thought it was going to attack us or whatever, so we all got like, ah! And then it would like, thank you for releasing me. Powers. And then it drifted off into the distance.
So you
So-
get powers from it?
I mean, I know, I felt, you know, a weird way to put it is I felt like inspired or something. I don't know.
You're not sure if your friend's crazy at this point.
But I have a few more theories about my personal heritage based on that. But besides that, I don't think there's anything else other than at the time I had a cold. So glad you didn't catch that. I think that's it.
I imagine having been from so far north that
I know. Well, I assume it's just that whatever disease that she caught, it wasn't up north.
The human cold.
So I think that's everything.
that's certainly a lot of information.
I know, and it's only been like a day and a half.
So much information.
I'm so sorry. I just like bombarded you with all of that.
Right. Well,
Pat.
I'm not sure how much of that I should even know. Like,
What do you mean?
well, like for the Caslins thing, I feel like you would have told me that,
Oh.
or he may have. I mean, he might.
Well, he said it in a truth or dare game, but I don't think it was that serious.
All right.
It wasn't like a. All right, everyone. She turns into Kaislin, but with 2 arms. Oh, here we go. All right, everyone. I'm going to tell you the tale of how I lost my. She's not like that.
Okay.
No.
Well.
No. Smoke?
No.
Small
That's it.
cities from Kaislin.
I had a short thing I wanted to do, but it's not going to take very long, I promise.
Go.
I guess as you're dealing with that information,
He's reeling, and Chel's just like.
coming upon your watch.
I'm also watching.
Yes.
Eterna,
Yes?
given that what happened with Ori and everything, and I know that you really care about Sadu, would you want me to start teaching you how to make Sadu a familiar?
I mean, it would allow me to not lose her,
Yes.
right?
Yes. And I think you're able to learn it. I mean, I don't technically have the spell myself. I know that technically it's like a summoning spell, but you can technically bind any creature to you as a familiar if you learn the ritual, which I can try to teach you. It might be a little different since you are a cleric, but we can at least try.
Sure. I would like to try, although, Sadu. I don't know how to ask you questions, I suppose.
She lays her snout in your hands, just breathing into your stomach. Her hot breath tickles.
I give her a kiss on the forehead.
Would you like to be best friends
Would you like to be my familiar? You would be bound to me, but you wouldn't be able to die permanently, and,
You two would also be able to communicate a little bit better.
I could talk to her.
Not exactly, but it's similar. You two can share ideas and things.
Ideas?
It's kind of a telepathic bond, but it's not exact words. So Ori can communicate the general ideas, and which is how she's able to tell me what is around me. So I'll say there's a statue, she can kind of communicate the idea of a statue.
It's a little vague, and it's probably even harder for me to explain it because I
Yes, no,
can't
it's
see it.
Well, I would like to try it. Oh, she's right. Well, I can't exactly ask her.
I
You
mean,
know,
if she doesn't like it, then she can just reject it. It's
Wow, I didn't know that.
it's something that has to be agreed upon by both sides. It's not a forcible thing.
Well, Sadu, I love you. Okay, you can go back to bed now.
Kind of like snuffs.
I scratch her behind the
snorts.
ears.
Yeah. Leans to the side. Her tail kind of. She lays back down.
Okay, well, I would love to learn how.
I don't really know how to start explaining this to you, so I guess I just start with the theory of it. Yeah, hold on. And she gets out her thing and starts trying to explain it the best she can.
Oh gosh, this is so boring.
Hey.
So theoretically, it can work, and it probably has worked before. You'd be familiar with other people that have familiars. It is easier for wizards, of course, but yeah, with time and helping Eterna, you could teach Eterna how she can form that long-term contract with a creature. If that creature accepts, they can be bonded. And because Sadu's CR is relatively close to your level, and is not above your level, you can form a long-lasting familiar contract with her.
Yay.
It would just be like a process. So like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it might take a day or two to get the resources anyways, but yeah.
Yeah, well,
It's gonna take a while to get those resources.
That's true. I think
It's like 50 gold or
I
something.
think isn't it down with like CR like 3 or 5? No, it's like 3, I think.
I thought it was like 1.
It's 1. That's still like 4 slots above or 3 slots above.
Chandra 1.
Chandra 1? Yeah, okay. You know, it's still like 40 extra gold. So yeah.
50 gold total.
I'll probably stay up though, so we can have another set of eyes since they're.
Yeah, we will be still watching, but she's gonna.
Yeah.
I like how
Be
we
just
just roll
gently.
just for like.
Like that nat 20, there's no threat to danger. There's just
There was a bunch of high rolls to find this place.
Yeah.
there's just things you could discover. Yeah. So finishing up the long rests, finishing up the resting period.
We can press the button.
Yes, you may finish the long rest. This next day of travel will probably start as soon as the sun rises. But it'll be relatively a brisk day of walking. The rain clears up. There's still humidity, but bits of the sunlight peek through the sky. As you travel on, you're eventually coming to a spot where, like a few hours into walking, where you believe like the sparseness of the Iron Boneyard, you're actually passing, or like the thickness of it. You're passing the deepest point, or like the largest area of the battlefield, and you start to see less and less of them, which reminds you more and more of the area you came into, leading that section a little bit. And as you approach this your like third full day of walking, basically, you come further and further to a point, and now with a lot of the mist clearing, a lot of the shadows and clouds clearing, in the distance you swear you can see a forest as the sun is sort of like getting close to the afternoon, like a thick forest. And you start to see the edges of the mountains, the great walls of the south as they're called, that barrel and like hug like a bull's edges all of Tableland, like a great big hug of the mountains on the southern lowlands. You can see the edges of one with the forest curving up against it. I believe that's sort of where you're going. It's just hard to see it from this distance, exactly like a village or anything. But as you are traveling, there is this point where the sun has sort of started to set on the horizon. The humidity is sort of like kicked up in the late afternoon, you know, sweat's like dripping down everyone's foreheads, you know. It would be great if you had a mount, right? You can only walk so far in a day. Yeah.
Sadu.
We see you. Sun's not like in the hot weather though.
You know
yeah,
what?
on the super.
Yo, I really need to get all of you wolves. Like, I need to get wolves so
I
that
mean,
we could all
I'm not
walk
sure
a
a
little
wolf would
faster.
be-
We get you a bigger wolf.
While we're like
Here's
for
the
these like
thing, though.
few
Yeah.
days that we're walking,
extra
can we start
dire wolf.
looking for like plants and stuff to use for binding Sadu actually?
Yes, actually. You can make a perception roll for me.
Find that dog.
Would you want to help?
Sure. Perception?
Yes, this is just for random herbs. If you
Can I
have a
help?
Sure.
Do I know what I'm looking for?
No. But you have a herb
You can look for herbs.
No.
You have
You
a
hold
herbalism
a
proficiency,
poisonous
right?
mushroom.
No, I
Is this
have
right?
alchemist.
This is just proficiency. This is just a roll of d20 plus your perception modifier then.
Okay. 19.
19.
Dirty 20.
High five.
I will
Yeah.
say, while this is traveling, at some point you guys will rest once more, and you'll get on the next day, and like reach that fourth day traveling. And by that point, you two specifically have collected a good amount of herbs, actually, that you believe can be used in these magical incantations. I would say probably about like 8 gold of herbs material. One of you can add that to your inventory or the bag of holding. It's up to you.
Since it's your
Yeah,
you add
magical
it.
herb material.
holding chat.
But finally, upon this fourth day of like long road talking, road games, all this stuff.
Yeah, so
yeah.
also just to make sure, like, the day that we had just roleplayed for so long on, we went through the whole next day, then we're on a day after that.
Yeah, there was a middle day where literally nothing was happening. There's like nothing there, especially since these two are leading you, Godwin and him.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to run to the boneyard, but what's important is on this day, as it gets into the afternoon, once again, as the humidity and the rain clouds have finally started to clear up a bit more, and whatever storm was happening has kind of started to dissipate, you hear some commotion. You hear some sort of yelping. And for a moment there, your heart stops because you swear it sounds like gnolls. Is it gnolls? Is it hyenas? You have to make a perception check real quick. As you are all like stop in the middle of the road, as Rosalie like sort of like begins to hear something, ears twitching.
21.
20. I mean, oh, makes sense, right?
She rolls highs on those knolls.
Yeah. She's like, guys, stop. Actually, yeah. Do you say anything as you start to hear anything?
Yeah, no, she would be like, stop, stop, stop.
Rosalie calls to all of you as you listen ever so closely.
Her ears are like flicking
Swiveling.
every which
Yeah,
direction.
Your ears
Swiveling.
Rosalie, swear you hear. Like cackling, growling, the chirping noises of gnolls or hyena-like folk. These creatures that you're familiar with.
Like color starts to drain from her face as she realizes what's nearby. Where is the sound coming from?
The perception check. With everyone being quiet, right? Everyone's quiet.
Yeah, we hear anything?
Can I?
Is it in
Yeah.
her head?
As-
I'm swiveling my goblin.
Everyone can make a perception check.
Okay. Swiveling those big goblins.
Do I need to make another one or no?
No, no, you.
Nat
20!
Nat 20!
I also got an actually.
I mean,
Oh
you
my
saw
gosh,
Rosalie's reaction.
what?
You know Rosalie's fear of this. So yeah, no,
Yeah.
it makes sense why you two would have.
8.
And then 18.
18.
Doesn't really matter. It's 12.
How's the elevation? You guys saw the wind blowing.
I
past
feel
your
like
face.
every single Nat 20 roll we've gotten, aside from the first one you rolled, has been in
Yeah,
pairs.
exactly.
Yeah, it has been.
As you all begin to listen closely, listen, you hear that sort of like guttural growl, like throat call of these beasts, and you hear them not too far off the route that you're currently on. It's finally become a bit of a trail again in flattened grass, but a little bit to the northwest off the trail a little bit closer to the wooded area that's in the distance, but not in the woods, just parcels of pieces of trees here and there, you know, some little trees here and there. You hear them growling and yelping, and then you hear like a horrible hiss and pain, a growl and pain of a gnoll. You hear some sort of like a grunt, and you hear another scream like an animal, like a like it's like the weirdest animal you've ever heard. But some of you are familiar with like the like game animals, like some sort of like sheep yelping, or some sort of like beast of burden, or like a horse yelping. But you hear this like scuffle, and yeah, definitely your perception check, Rosalie, since so much of you is also based on smell. You definitely pick up the scent of blood. But the nat 20s,
Yeah.
just in the distance, a couple of yards away, like a couple dozen yards further away, you like zoop, it shells eyes. You peer over the horizon.
My eyes turned
A
into
little bit.
binoculars.
Yeah, over the hill. You see a hyena come out from a bush, like running to the side, blood like sort of like spilling out of the side as it like
topples down to the ground. This is like 800 feet away. You see coming out behind it this person wielding a weapon that just slashed this hyena, this gnoll so good that its shoulder came off. And you see this very angry, no, their skin just happens to be red, man in the distance with these large horns, like fighting for his dear life as more hyenas emerge from the woods as he's quickly becoming hunted for a meal.
So are they hyenas or gnolls?
Hyenas and gnolls, actually.
Okay.
Oh.
As it seems they are working in tandem in this case. And these are well-armed gnolls with weapons, blades, and spears, and armor and pieces. Massive creatures, easily the size of a chuck here, each with muscles so large, so big that they could probably crush one of your skulls in their hands. These things, these gnolls, are going to tear apart this guy. What
Well,
do you do?
sucks to suck. Let's go.
Bye!
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
do it.
how,
Let's
how
go.
far are they right now?
800 feet.
800 feet.
You just barely see them on the horizon.
We can do the rest of us know that there's a... Oh, well, I mean...
These two immediately see it. This is like all happening in seconds. Like you guys hear the yelping and
Like-
yelling.
Someone's getting attacked.
Rosalie immediately pulls out her sword and takes off.
Kaisen is already dashing.
Okay.
The wizards lead.
Sadu, I'm
Quickly surpassed by Sadu.
Yeah.
Sadu
Blade
rushes
song.
forward. The wizards follow. These.
Can I actually
I'm
jump
going,
onto
sure, yeah.
your back as a shield?
Can you do it?
In a split second, if you're
Yeah,
make a
I
dex
don't know.
check real quick. A dex
Okay.
check. As you
Gosh.
leap.
sure.
I am going for sure.
Acrobatics if you're better at that.
Ooh, 19. It's 18 plus 1.
Yeah, Chuck, you're running after
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm running.
Okay, so then you go and Chuck are like keeping up the back as the Chell. In that split second, a turn as you're like riding forward, you feel this like grass. You see Chell's polished like
Fingernails.
and then they quickly form and meld together and turn to a leather like structure. And you feel weights upon your back. You realize there's a shield on your back.
Oh,
What'd you
jeez.
say?
Oh yeah, we didn't tell Gunnar Margaret about that.
They're 800 feet away.
No.
It's going to be almost done.
They were too busy
Oh,
doing the
you're right, I didn't
collective stuff.
Think about that. She'll
You
wait.
pull out your blade.
Yeah,
Walk
she
her
pulls
to
out her
shield.
blade and
Alright,
takes off running.
I'm pulling
And you
out
would
my
have seen me
sword.
do this to Rosalie
Yeah,
because
I-
I've already done it.
Charging forward as each of you head into battle to aid this person. He grits his teeth, and another gnoll quickly comes up behind him and slashes into the back. You think it misses, you can't be sure, but it looks like he took some sort of hit on his back armor. He's well armed, but he's alone in a crowd of at least 8 attackers. But as you run to aid him, that's what we're gonna call it for tonight.
I do cast Mage Armor.
Okay.
I was
We'll
gonna-
start with that. As yes, you guys are aiding this traveler in a fight who's being attacked by gnolls. But that'll be it for tonight. We'll catch you in the next stream. And remember, no matter the outcome, always let the dice roll. Oh my god! Wow! Always let the dice roll, guys.
Major, hand it over.
Y'all, happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's
Day. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy Valentine's Day.
That's it.
I don't know when we stopped.